Kia ora, and a very good evening to all of you. Welcome along to yet another night of LPL Pro. We are here in week number 4 of Rainbow Six Siege, and we are halfway through the week. In fact, my name is Matt Smite Ross. I've got Mr. Big Brain Cthulhu here to take us through all the action. So let's jump right into it, Cthulhu. Let's start things off by talking about what we saw last night. Let's catch everyone up here with the matches we saw because it was a two quick 2-0s.
Yeah, indeed, they were very quick, but nonetheless, they were very important series as well for the two teams that did manage to score the points for themselves. That is PC419 and FEROX, getting themselves also closer into that top 3, if not the top spots on the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, and speaking of the leaderboard, we'll actually get to take a look at it right now. And so you'll right away see that Exto Gaming is still at the top, and they still have a game to play tonight. So they'll have a chance to extend that lead. FEROX is right below them. However, they've already got their map already out of the way. So they're going to have to wait till next week to get a few more points. But it's SKYFIRE and Bizarre who are going to get their chance tonight, both playing a series not against each other, but they'll have their chance to grab some points to kind of challenge the top. But then you go further down and you've still got Bance, SHADOWNET and Blessed kind of tied at the bottom as well, but you know, kind of similar. SHADOWNET has their chance to boost that a little bit tonight, but well, that's possibly going to be quite hard because let's take a look at the matches tonight, because the first one is up against SKYFIRE for SHADOWNET, and that is a tough matchup. And then later on tonight, Exto Gaming versus Bizarre to really see what the top of the table is going to be looking like. But Cthulhu, these matches, man, that second one looks pretty sick.
Yeah, the second one is kind of feeling like more of the main meal, the main dish, whereas the SKYFIRE versus SHADOWNET, it's going to be probably a little bit of a warm-up game for us before kind of the main event, but it should be a fairly close one, a fairly good one, I reckon, nonetheless. So, yeah, definitely a few storylines forming. Probably the main one, like you mentioned before, it's going to be with Exto, and would they be able to keep their kind of flawless streak going here, or whether they will finally take the L after the 3 weeks of pretty much quick games. Well, not quick games, but flawless games rather for themselves. And then a few other storylines forming up. Another one being, can SHADOWNET finally kind of break their streak of losses and draws, and maybe finally find themselves the points to get them out of those bottom 2 positions. But SKYFIRE versus SHADOWNET to come up first.
Yeah, on the surface, this looks like both the matches we saw last night, where it's one of the teams that's higher ranks coming in to just get a quick 2-0 to kind of shut things down and continue getting their points. But SHADOWNET have the chance to upset, to challenge Destiny. But let's take a look at the roster they're going to be challenging against. First up, it's SKYFIRE. And so these guys are pretty far up the table right now. They've had a lot of good success. Archie, Smacker, Jigsaw, Mateus, and Sequence as well. So these guys here, Cthulhu, like I said, they should just be coming in here to clean up. Is there really any inconsistencies here we might be looking at?
I mean, the kind of one of the rather fresher names that I'm seeing here is Mateus kind of being brought on board for SKYFIRE roster, so I'm curious to see how will he perform here further on into the match. And yeah, just overall, apart from that, the whole SKYFIRE roster were able to prove that they are pretty good on their fragging, they're pretty good on coordination, so they coming into this matchup as rather the favorites.
Yeah, and well, let's take a look at the ones that are not coming in as the favorites. It's It's SHADOWNET here tonight, led by Captain Minxie. And then tonight, at last-minute sub, Oiboy is going to be joining the roster, along with Lags, Levi, and Kage here tonight. So already things are looking shaky here, Cthulhu, with a sub coming in for SHADOWNET in a pretty rough matchup already.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best timing for to have only a 4-core player team to be playing in such a really important matchup, you could say, for SHADOWNET. So might be a little bit of a disadvantage, as we heard plentiful amount of stories as well talking about that the subs really kind of sometimes not fitting in for the chemistry, and it's hard to really coordinate. So maybe they've been practicing even on a regular basis with Oiboy as well, but yeah, only time will show tonight.
Yeah, so they'll have their chance, and they'll have their chance to do it on their map first, as they've picked up for the first map Clubhouse, and then after that it's going to be Oregon, which of course will be SKYFIRE's pick. So Clubhouse Cthulhu, let's talk about this one, because SHADOWNET's picked it. So why would they pick up this map in a pretty rough matchup like we've been talking about? They want to open strong here.
Yeah, they would want to open strong. Their last matchup was, I believe, in just one of the rather first weeks of LPL Pro, where they did match against the Bazaar, and there they didn't really have a really good scoreline. It was a 7-2, but plenty of time passed, and plenty of preparations, I would imagine, have been done. So I reckon SHADOWNET might have something prepared, something really spicy for us prepared here, comparative to what we saw before. Whereas for SKYFIRE, their last performance on Clubhouse was against PC419, and that ended up resulting in their loss as well to 7-4. So for both of the sides, there is some VOD material, but with the way how SHADOWNET has been progressing further on, I reckon we will be seeing them pull out some of the rather newer strats here.
Well, Cthulhu, the good thing about SHADOWNET games is, even if it is a bit of a dicey matchup, they still like to play for their viewers. They still like to make sure it's an entertaining game. Remember, this is the team that last week brought you Lord Tachanka to your screens. So I'm not promising anything for tonight here. Who knows what they're going to be pulling out, but maybe it's going to be something a little fun. But we're already kicking things off here in the ban phase onto Clubhouse. Not really any surprises here to see Maverick banned out. So we're probably going to be sticking to some pretty solid breaches if Thermite's going to be allowed to stick around. But yeah, it's just going to be Thatcher as well. So Thermite's going to have some tricky breaches to come up without that Thatcher support.
Yeah, and thankfully this kind of meta has been in the competitive Siege for quite a while, and so there's definitely going to be other ways about it, but surely, yeah, without the Thatcher grenades, things might be looking a little bit dicey here for the teams, but the Zephyr trick should pretty much do what is needed to be done, and should deal just enough damage or force the Bandit or Kayed off the position. So here it's just rather the game of who can time their plays much quicker, given that Kayed is now off the board as well. I'd imagine the last one would be Mirror to be banned out. No! Okay.
No.
This is one of the first few times
so we're waiting for that.
We're going to be seeing him actually survive the ban phase. But with the way how most of the teams will be preparing, I wouldn't be surprised if we will still not see a whole lot of Mirror plays.
Yeah, Clubhouse isn't necessarily one of those crazy maps for Mirror, like maybe on some of the sites, but still kind of surprising to see it slip through for the first time here. We've seen Clubhouse heaps, and teams have still been banning out Mirror quite a lot, so wonder if we will see teams pick it up. Right now it looks like it's probably not going to come out here on the first defense for SKYFIRE, but who knows. 6 picks are always a thing. They always surprise you and debate the casters, but probably not going to come out here. But maybe here a sequence is looking to reconsider. But all things considered, we're going to get Nomad on attack, so a little bit of fun here for Minxie. Although, see, I told you, these 6 picks, man, they just debate casters.
Yeah, they sure do. But I'm not really opposed of seeing a castle pick for the CCTV choice, considering that he can close off a fair few sidelines and allow the defense to have just a little bit more of the rotation ground. So I'm not particularly really opposed, but an introduction of Mute should definitely bring in just a little bit more of the utility, we could say.
Yeah, no Thatcher, no Maverick, so CCTV, you can really lock up that one big entrance there that Smacker is going to be dropping the bandit batteries all along, making sure it's very hard to open up that angle here. Of course, you can imagine SHADOWNET are going to try pretty hard to see if they can find a way to get it done. And like you mentioned, there's a FEROX an option, but yeah, it's going to be all about holding this big garage as well. But of course, you've got Mute here to continue to block a lot of the drones. It's going to be quite hard for SHADOWNET to crack this defense here already. SKYFIRE setting it up for a pretty strong opening here over on Clubhouse.
Yeah, for SKYFIRE, this is going to be the time to really start gaining some early points for themselves, with the fact that, well, usually you want some of the rather more favorable scorelines to kick things off on defense, because otherwise attack most of the time is quite tough to really crack through, especially against a very well-coordinated comp. And well, for SHADOWNET, this is going to be their first the first challenge, as we just saw a little bit of an exchange of damage between Sequence and Lags, but nothing too abnormal, at least just yet.
Yeah, nothing that's going to change how the round is going already. It's just a little bit of health lost on operators that, to be honest, are probably losable anyway. We are going to find a pretty solid breach, though, coming out from SHADOWNET, so they've opened it right up right now. Plenty of danger right now for SKYFIRE to be locked in right now on the site, so they're going to have to be quite careful. SHADOWNET have also got still a lot of time here. Some shots going off, coming out from Levi, but he doesn't find a frag at all yet on the site or anywhere near it, in fact. They're still trying to find their way into the garage, and looks like they should find their way, but of course we can see Mateus still just hanging out above, and Levi doesn't want to have any of it.
Yeah, right now Mateus is just gonna keep on chilling around, just playing safe on the rafters where he was, I would assume, allocated. The remainder of SKYFIRE is not really too anxious of getting or trying to organize their own gunfights. They're just waiting for the attack to really come into their hands, and rather them being at a disadvantage against the defenders. So it's a pretty smart idea, given that SHADOWNET did prove to be able to play a very aggressive game as well. So SKYFIRE are very good on reading that one, so which is going to have to wait until the main push is going to come through, because it will have to start happening very soon, as we are just passing the 40-second remaining mark. So should be quite a spicy one. First one to kick things off is Oyboy, the sub of SHADOWNET, will be kicking things off. And there's the run-in, there's the peak, there's full knowledge on the rafters and some damage as well off the smoke bomb, but Jigsaw is just way too good. He's just going to be eliminating one of the players. Same goes for Sequence. Right now it's a 3 versus 3 with 17 seconds left to go. Time is running really low here.
Yeah, this is always where things get a little tricky for SHADOWNET. The execute looked like it was going to be really good on the push, but it's starting to slip up now. The plant actually starting to go down. Kage going to try and stick this one out, and unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be SKYFIRE dropping right now. The plant has connected. Oyboy getting really valuable here in his opening round right now. Just Archie and Jigsaw to try and clean it up. Archie from below still finds one at the moment, so still absolutely doable. Kage and Levi about the same amount of health as well, but still from below, Archie still doesn't matter that he's down below. High ground, who cares about that? SKYFIRE take back the site, and they take back round number 1.
It's interesting that, oh boy, we have a bit of a rehost to come around, but I gotta say the way how SHADOWNET so far has handled Oyboy is actually gives off the vibes of when we saw what I believe was Team Sinister. In the last season, Sinister had to bring in a few times their sub and their coach as well, so JCZ and Serum. And what they did with JC is they gave him Ash on attack and told him just go frag or either support your teammates on some of the pushes. This is exactly the same kind of thing that SHADOWNET did. They brought in Oyboy, gave him the Ash, knowing that he could be a really good gunner. Told him, you support Zofia on any of the pushes, which he did with, whilst she was trying to get that opening onto Bandit's batteries. And then after that, the moment the breach was done, just told, go hard, just go frag. And he did do his main job. It's rather the end of the round where SKYFIRE was rather able to isolate some of the gunfights into 1v1s where they were able to find the win. But I like what SHADOWNET are doing here with their sub. I'm digging that idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly working out, right? On those pushes, he got the opening frags. He got 2 of them, in fact. And that was in the final, 40 seconds of the game. So already quite a lot of pressure for the team. It was still set up to be a 5v5 at that point as well. But here's the thing, Cthulhu, is that I think that's where SHADOWNET hit a snag quite often. I bring it up all the time. It's that final minute there. A lot of teams... I mean, I don't want to say they let SHADOWNET get into the position. SHADOWNET definitely earned it. I mean, we could see they had the breach opened up. They still had plenty of time to work it out. But it seems like they're just kind of scared of taking that final step, right? It's like when you're like knee deep in the water and it's really cold and you're trying to inch a little further in and you want to step off the edge here where it gets deep. And it feels like SHADOWNET adjusted that bit where they step off and it gets deep and they're a little bit scared. And they're kind of getting bitten for it. At least at the end of those rounds. We are just getting confirmation, guys, to find out what's going on with the rehost and also whether that first round will count. If anything goes as it normally does, I believe that first round will still probably count, unless I'm told otherwise. So SKYFIRE will still stick that first round, but not a whole lot that we've seen just yet, Cthulhu. I mean, it is just the first round, but I still want to be a little worried for SHADOWNET here because it looked like a really good round from them until the fact that they just had no time at the end.
Yeah, for SHADOWNET, yeah, they certainly seemed like they were hesitating a little bit on where they were going after the plant was down because their push pretty well coordinated. They managed to get a pretty good recovery as well after the initial person who was supposed to go for a plant died. I believe that was the Thermite. And yeah, after that, it felt like they got maybe a little bit too antsy about maybe trying to find some of the gunfights rather than just play defensively. You got the full control of rafters, you have the full control of the server racks, and, well, maybe this is where they kind of fell, but hey, it's still only first round, so first round jitters could be fully well in play as well here.
Yeah, I mean, there's also other things as well, like, Smoke still had all of his gas grenades left. So that was already going to buy them a lot of time unless they took him out a little earlier on. So it was always going to be a bit of an awkward push there by SHADOWNET, just thanks to the fact that they ended up with not much time left. But again, like you said, it's just the first round. Now that they're all warmed up, there's no excuse. The practice round is out of the way. Now we can start getting them all done and dusted. And hopefully Levi's not getting any kind of sound bugs anymore right now. He's going to need all the kind of attention to detail, all the senses he can get here because he's going up against a Vigil. So he's at least not going to be able to rely on sight all the time.
Yeah, Vigil is Smacka's kind of one of the main operators that we've seen throughout a great variety of matches where SKYFIRE were. And Smacka was able to lay the smack down there as well. So, yeah, I'm genuinely curious to see how the battle of the fraggers, I suppose, will come around. Or, for that matter, how will Oiboy rather fit in here on a very short notice into the SHADOWNET's roster?
Yeah, well, I mean, like you were saying before, probably just going to sit on that fragging role and just kind of follow the team and shoot the dudes in the head if you can. Try and pick it up and also not die as well while doing all of that. So pretty fun job. So looking at SHADOWNET's attack here, they do have some tools to deal with Smack on that Vigil, right? They've got Jackal, Minxie, if she can find any of those good footsteps, should help out quite a lot. But here we can see them get a pretty easy breach on here. Not really any contest at all coming out from SKYFIRE. So SHADOWNET inside. Breaching. Probably soon. There it goes.
Yeah, there's the fairly quick breach as well. I'm loving it from Levi as well. Lags and Oiboy are going to be following him. So, yeah, I'm liking this three-man clear party. At the moment they saw even the slight chance that the Vigil is going to be roaming up above, they're not even going to be sparing any resources, really. They're just going to throw full three-man search party for that, but Smacker just doesn't care. Yeah, Smacker just doesn't care at all. Matter of fact, he's playing ring around the road against himself.
Hey, it's the last place you'd expect him to be. They'll never see it coming. Smacker, big brain, 4 million IQ plays right now. So SHADOWNET now with most of the rounds still left. They're still looking okay for that sort of thing here. But Jigsaw, he's still camping here on the Jaeger. He's the real roamer you've got to watch out for at the moment. He's had a lot of good success on it. He's still pretty far back, relatively undetected here. And Minxie maybe just be walking into the web here as he's just waiting to spring the trap. But no, it looks like she's turned another corner. And, well, Jigsaw's going to go hungry for another day. Oh, no, maybe he's going to get it here. There it is. As it's Oi Boy instead that he's going to be able to pick up just to open things up. And that is putting a pretty tough amount of pressure here on the SHADOWNET. Just over a minute to go, and it's a 4v5.
Yeah, Jigsaw has been doing quite a good amount of work for his team throughout a majority of the matchups that SKYFIRE had so far in Season 2. And he was one of the few reasons that SKYFIRE were able to get themselves the wins on the rounds on the map. So I would be keeping a very close eye on him throughout this matchup to see what he can get up to. Whereas on the side of SHADOWNET, yeah, they have a really decent idea about how to approach. But yeah, it's always seeming like they're falling into that 20-second meta, which is certainly not favoring the attack and will definitely force them to be quite quick on their execute and quite quick on the frags without really a second chance per se.
Yeah, well, they're going to go in for it now. Archie still has all his gas grenades, I believe, but Minxie's been picked off as well. Now 3 members left for SHADOWNET to find it, to get it done. But Lags is going to start it off. Kage's planting. They've got to be careful right now. But it looks like the 2-man squad's going to get it done. Levi and Lags finding the kills. Now that the plant's finished, Kage's going to be on the table now too. Only 1 member left right now. Jigsaw's going to find the retake, and he won't find it. And SHADOWNET managed to snag round 2.
Okay, SHADOWNET finally nailing down that kind of pace for themselves. So I'm definitely liking what I'm seeing here from them. Now it's just going to be rather the question of consistency, because they are playing in a very almost similar way how SKYFIRE do, albeit that probably SKYFIRE on attack applies slightly more aggression, but SHADOWNET are definitely moving in the right direction. And like I said right before we started into the matchup, they have been improving they have been improving gradually throughout all of their matches. So here, I mean, with the sub as well, this is already a pretty solid showcase within round number 2.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well the position they were in, where they still managed to win. They had 4 people left, and Minxie died super early on into the push as well at the end. There was something like 40 seconds left, so an okay amount of time, but like I was saying, you know, all the gas grenades were still left, so all things considered, SKYFIRE should have been able to snag that round pretty easily, but yeah, SHADOWNET come in, and Levi and Lags just go absolutely Super Saiyan. Kage, once he's finished, you know, getting the plant down, and then he suddenly gets his chance to come in and show off his power. So those 3 members certainly found a really good way to get a round that looked all but over for SHADOWNET. So I'm really impressed by that. But again, we get to ask, can they do that every single round? That's a pretty crazy ask at the moment. But they can also try and take rounds with Minxie and Oi Boy still alive at the end too. So we might still see things out of SHADOWNET yet.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, Oi Boy has been doing pretty well. He managed to show that he is able to do some fragging. He seems to be at least nailing down the basic communication, because it seems that the team were able to react fairly well off his initial kind of death on round number 2, and on round number 1 they were able to take pretty firm control fairly quickly off his frag. So yeah, it seems that they have at the very least practiced with him quite well, and they'll have to work with it. Jigsaw, tried to. I'm not too sure what he was particularly trying to do there, but will be just falling promptly to just yet another mute jammer position.
Yeah, he was droning around, almost got caught window shopping by the breach, but you know, at least the spider sense is tingled enough. He's definitely trying to buy as much time out of here as possible, trying to force SHADOWNET to take more time to take any progress at all, but it's not really slowing them down too much at the moment right now. But hey, look, every little bit counts. He may be able to catch someone on the drop down through the hatch as well, so he's definitely got his path all planned out right now. But Minxie maybe trying to find a sneaky little kill here from the side. But meanwhile, we've got the rest of SHADOWNET going for the breach. Oh, Jigsaw, no!
That's a yummy headshot that Livy managed to score onto Jigsaw. That is the big roamer going off board, but at the very least he was able to open up the wall just wide enough so that Sequence could have a very nice pixel angle onto anyone's feet. But that's already way past that point, as SHADOWNET are already advancing up onto the main staircase, and this is where they're going to start applying pressure onto Sequence as well, who already managed to drop down, so all down to Mateus on the ground floor.
Yeah, and now into the final minute as well. So again, SHADOWNET want to focus on keeping everyone alive. They certainly want to take this last one as a 5v4 push. They did pretty well with 3v5, so this should all look pretty fine if they do it. Kage's going to go link up with everyone else, so he's carrying the defuser right now. But yeah, SHADOWNET, they're going to be hunting this hatch right now, trying to find any kill that they can. No one really close enough. Maybe Sequence can be found by Oiboy, but they're going to have to drone him out probably. It's going to be pretty hard to find him at the moment. But yeah, time's ticking, SHADOWNET. It's time to make the push, and it looks like the stairs is going to be the option. Kage going to be following along as well. Minxie's got to link up with the rest of the team pretty soon as well. But looks like she's going to be able to do just that, but from a completely different angle. Should be able to find Smacker down that as well. He's got 2 lines to look for, but he's under fire already, and 1 line was enough for SHADOWNET to find it and get it done. Kage going for the plant at the same time. Now it's time for the retake. SKYFRE got to find it. Archie didn't use any of his gas grenades during that as well, so he may be able to find a way to zone him out. Sequence popping off Minxie, and Mateus as well, dropping down for a kill too. It's just Lags. We've seen Lags have some incredible moments last week and even tonight. But here it starts again. 1 kill already done. Next kill already done.
Oh my.
1 more to get the clutch. 1 more to get the glory back, and 1 more to get the round. He's looking the wrong way. He found it. He turns the right way and gets it and gets the round as well. Lags, the hero for SHADOWNET.
Oh my god, those shots was so crisp clean there by Lags in that 1v3, but my god, that was just absolutely phenomenal. I just you love to see it. You love to see those kind of clutches where it's just the aim is just at its peak there, and he's able to like nail down those 2 headshots in a very clean way, keep himself out of harm's way for quite a fair while, and then that pistol. I had my doubts, I'm not gonna lie, but those doubts were pretty much shot away by that pistol. Very nice.
Yeah, I was even worried near the end. I thought he was going to be continuing just to look the wrong way, but you know, he pops off, flicks so quickly. But Lags is a player that can do that. Lags is a player where if he's the last player alive, you can never count the round out. Him along with Levi, they've had some pretty awesome clutch moments so far. So really happy to see it pay off in a really good moment like that, and really just an opportunity for Lags to shine like the great player he has been over the last 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, Lags was able to really kind of rise up in the eyes of FEROX as well as a pretty good player, as a clutch player with some fantastic aim. So yeah, it's all kind of part of that puzzle that so far SHADOWNET has been assembling throughout the whole of Season 2, just kind of bettering themselves through each one of the matchup, and even if they end up losing, that is still quite a lot of the learning material for them to play it out. So honestly, yeah, just a proud moment there, I would imagine, for SHADOWNET, just already showing some good promising performance, but they're not out of this yet. It's only been 3 rounds, so hold your horses on that one. But
yeah, I mean, if anything, this is actually a weaker opener than last week, where they got a 3-round opening. So, I mean, don't get too excited, SHADOWNET fans, for sure. They've had good rounds like this before, but question is, can they keep it up for the entire series right now? But here we go into the next round, onto attack, and we actually have a few points of entry from SHADOWNET. And so definitely drawing the attention of SKYFIRE, a little spread out around the place at the moment, but they've already got a few holes on the floor here. Sequence is going to be looking down and using that just to see if you can find any little stragglers here from SHADOWNET. Does know that someone's down there, does have a little bit of a sense, and it's going to be Oiboy and Lags, but they are going to stay alive for now. No one's going to find a shot from above.
Oh, Jigsaw He's prowling like the predator, just looking for his prey, maybe almost toying with it because he has the suppressed pistol to get rid of that drone. But oh man, if he can pull out the flank, this is going to be almost lethal here for SHADOWNET, because I don't think they will be able to really make a big recovery out of that one. But time will tell, because for now SHADOWNET did a pretty good push overall, used up just the right amount of utility to get that bandit out of the position. In a actually similar fashion like they did before, almost down to pat. So here, big two questions are going to be: how quickly can they get rid of Jigsaw, even if they can at all, and how quickly can they make that execute going? Because if SKYFIRE will nail down the pace, or they will be able to counter each and every push that SHADOWNET will have.
He would have just missed it again, just for seeing it. But across the map, it's Levi to grab a kill onto Mateus, and he's just going to completely book it out of there. Well, actually, he's been left up on the balcony alone by the rest of his team, but he's going to draw all the attention of SKYFIRE for now to see if the rest of SHADOWNET can execute something on the site, and execute they're going to have to do pretty soon. Jigsaw, he's going to find a drone, but he may have been spotted out. His position a little compromised now, so the surprise factor maybe a little gone here, Cthulhu, as we enter the final phase.
Yeah, well, talking about the surprise factor, maybe they were expecting him to fully fall back, but Jigsaw just returns back with the face like, I'm back. What are you going to do about that? And it doesn't look like Oi Boy was able to do much about that in general. So the control of the blue stairs is going to be there. The push needs to happen. That 10 seconds mark is already there and fully passed, as Archie just misses out on all of the shots. The plant needs to go down and needs to be stuck. The sequence is just too powerful. Minxie will be getting the frag. It's all falling apart, and just not enough time for SHADOWNET to really make the push.
Yeah, I mean, it was just super easy for SKYFIRE to hold at that point. They still had all the players, they still had Jigsaw still roaming around, but importantly, they had all the gas grenades, so they could just chuck them at every single entrance when it hit 20 seconds, and SHADOWNET had to just run through it, and we saw how that worked out for them. So again, just kind of a common thing that bites SHADOWNET. It happens again. They get caught up at the end of the rounds. Even just a small slip up by getting caught up by Jigsaw's roam as well was going to make it a little bit harder. So yeah, pretty rough round for them. But I mean, SKYFIRE, they just sat there and did everything right. So they're going to get another opportunity to come in here again. Here we're going to head down to the basement here, Cthulhu. Church and Arsenal. Is this going to be enough to change things up here for SHADOWNET? I mean, they're keeping it even in rounds, but I mean, I'm not sure how much we're going to see that round 3 performance come out every single time by SHADOWNET.
Yeah, I mean, anything could really happen here. Statistically, this is SHADOWNET's side to take, really. They so far were able to successfully win it out 2 times, but the second time was obviously off a 1v3 clutch. So yeah, here probably the main thing, at least from my side, is just make sure for them to not fall into that 20-second meta once again. Just be a little bit quicker on the execute for the breaches maybe, and try to make it a little bit faster to the bottom of the main stairs. Just set up those crossfires a little bit earlier, so that even if, say, you do realize that one of the pushing points has been completely shut down, you would still have some time to kind of reallocate all your resources and kind of go in for the play for themselves.
Yeah, and it's again, like it feels like last time SHADOWNET won here, they still had the same issue. They still ran into the end with a 3v5. Well, I mean, a 4v5, but it was very quickly a 3v5. Hang on, though, because the breach is going to come out here. Jigsaw is going to see if he can find anything. But as they come in, I think he's still hunting for drones at the moment right now, but he's called up Smacker as well. So they're actually going to have a pretty solid little hold here to see if they can buy a little bit of time. But SHADOWNET are also inside the building on just another part here, already breaking the hatches, ready to drop down if they need to. So they're opening up the doors, they're opening up their pathway, kind of like they do a lot in a lot of these rounds pretty successfully. The problem is that just that execution at the end. So I guess we're just going to wait here, Cthulhu, until we get to that point again.
Yeah, it's just for now, for us, it's going to be rather a game of wait, but wait up on that one as well. Smacker does manage to find the frag whilst roaming around on the top floor, and that is Minxie as well gone. Yeah, all pretty much at on death's the bed really, as he's just only on 1 health, and yeah, he ends up leaving Jigsaw all by his lonesome.
Yeah, but now we're starting to get a bit of a push here, and Lag's already successfully taking out Jigsaw, and now they're starting to move forward again. Take that position above the site right now. You can already see they're peeking down below. They're checking out the site, checking out to see if they can get any free frags before moving in. This is the last time SHADOWNET are going to get a chance to set things up before making that push. Remember, they want to move in with as many people. If they can find a quick kill into someone like Smack or even Sequence, that'd be really great, but you can imagine they're going to be playing pretty far back right now and not wanting to hand over a free kill. Again, Archie still, all gas grenades still in his pocket, so SHADOWNET don't have as much time as they'd probably like to think.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, 40 seconds is workable, but with the hatches still being completely left untouched, it's quite hard. Albeit Sequence will be going down, nicely down by Levi, as the breach will be done and completely uncontested. So now all down to Lags, Kage, and Oiboy to try to make things work. 20 seconds to go. They don't have that point of entry anymore. They don't have the ability to pretty safely run into and rush into the position. So instead, it's just going to be a full-on breach. Archie is the one to try to gatekeep Church from being touched by the attackers, and the shotgun straight to the body could be all that is going to be all over there. As up, Archie, hello, completely unnoticed as well. The plant is going to be there, and it's all just falling apart. As SKYFIRE is just able to shut things down quite quickly, and oh man, that is unfortunate there for SHADOWNET.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just the same issue biting them at the end. They don't really have enough time. Archie still had all his gas grenades, so again, forcing them to run through, take a bit of damage. And then, of course, Archie's still getting a big sneaking position on them as well, catching them off guard. So all things considered, everything just looked SKYFIRE's way. You'd still say, like, the first 60 to 70% of the round looked really good for SHADOWNET. Nothing really went wrong. I mean, apart from losing Minxie, but that happens sometimes. But yeah, everything looked fine until the end, where they just don't have enough time. They didn't really force anything out of SKYFIRE that SKYFIRE didn't want to give away.
Yeah, SKYFIRE seeming to be able to find that kind of that niche, that kind of the pace that they want to initially instill onto SHADOWNET, and it seems that they're kind of allowing SHADOWNET to get into that kind of comfort ground, and then the moment they're thinking, oh, we're just gonna push right onto the side and nobody's gonna stop us, this is where SKYFIRE go with saying to them, that's where you're wrong, kiddo. And well, we've seen just the proof of that in the previous round, but nonetheless, it still has been a fairly valiant effort. So say a 4-2 scoreline comes to fruition, nothing is lost yet for SHADOWNET, so it still can be very much of a workable game for them.
Yeah, I mean, they can walk out of this half looking pretty healthy, especially if they can pull out a win here. Going out of it with a 3-3 is going to be awesome. So they do certainly have to keep the same kind of work up when they move over onto defense, so we'll get to that when we get there. But for now, one last attempt on the offense here. It's already going to be Minxie trying to find a few frags through the window on the site. She definitely has to watch out. Has been caught out a few times on some of these opening frags, some of the roams as well. So you certainly want to keep her alive here and not just give anything away for free here on your last round of attack. But got to be careful now breaking these windows down, because we have got Archie right on the other side here. He's got plenty of utility to protect him. He's got a big old shotgun as well. They're not going to find anything, and he's going to actually just move in for the peek and instead just get punished.
A great call there by Legs. I would imagine Oiboy was there to assist as well with some of the hearing, but thankfully was able to call out the push by the smoke, and well, that is smoke gone and out without any use of the smoke grenades as well. That is probably one of the better parts here for the defense. So the breach will be quite successful. Smacker will be promptly falling back to the main staircase, and well, for SHADOWNET, this is once again a really good beginning. They just need to keep on emphasizing the push. They just need to keep on pushing even further, because whilst having the breach and getting rid of the smoke is a good thing, they cannot go safely into gym. There's so many peak points from the foot level that, well, there's not going to be a whole lot of success for them.
Yeah, SKYFIRE have all but entrenched themselves at this point right now. They're all sitting where they need to be. They don't really have as many members as they'd like, especially after losing Jigsaw like that. Probably getting caught out on Rome a little bit. But yeah, Lag's already taken a bit of damage too. The plant started to go out, but it got cancelled here. Maybe a bit of a bait. Mateus just right around the corner here, and he sprung the trap perfectly. Now with his eyes on the diffuser, he's got to deal with a few pesky members of SHADOWNET so far, but it looks like he's got this one locked down. No, he's got to move back out, check all the corners, but make sure he's okay. But it looks like Mateus and Sequence are in a good position to clutch this one back out. That diffuser is still just sitting there. SHADOWNET haven't managed to go back and grab it just yet. Maybe a little bit worried, but they have to be worrying about Mateus and Sequence right now. Very much likely going to be sneaking around, but that drone should have revealed his position right now. Mateus, he's going back to get his eyes on the diffuser, has to get away from the flash. Things are getting a little hectic right now, but he's got his position. Again, not even going to think about looking at that flash right now. They're about to peek in, but Sequence has found his kill onto Minxie too. Here we are, Cthulhu. Here we are. SKYFIRE might be able to bring it back again. Mateus gets his kill, and Sequence gets his as well. And that's it. They come back with only 2 members left. SKYFIRE. What a way to finish that half.
Yeah, SKYFIRE were able to lock down the site in a really well-mannered fashion there. Yeah, it was pretty much a textbook lockdown, albeit massive props as well to Mateus, because locking things down with the UMP, that's quite a challenge as well, albeit he was able to manage his pacing and his positioning really well, so that did allow SKYFIRE to net themselves that 4th point. So now in a 2-point lead, SKYFIRE will now have to switch over and start doing the attack, whereas for SHADOWNET, this is where they need to start gaining those points, because the defense definitely should be a much better side for them to really start working on their potential success, or at the very least road to success. And only time will show whether we will be seeing a comeback or whether SKYFIRE will just finish things off 3 rounds in a row, and maybe we will be seeing a very prompt switch over to Oregon.
Yeah, SKYFIRE definitely want to just close this one out here, but for SHADOWNET at least, you can't get caught out by the 20-second meta if you're not on attack. You're not going to be running out of time here. In fact, it's going to be the goal here for SHADOWNET. So they'll be happy about that, not being caught out. But SKYFIRE, they're a pretty scary team when they come onto attack right now. Some pretty big fraggers coming in. Smack is pretty scary. But then you've also got Archie who's starting to pop off. I mean, he's going to be on Thermite, but we certainly know Fragmite's a thing. So yeah, SKYFIRE, again, just because they moved over to attack right now, I'm still not putting their chances as anything really different right now. Still certainly looking like the favorites right now, but that clutch potential of Lags and Levi, it seems to always be there.
Yeah, Levi, albeit probably not having the best kind of scoreline that one would have wanted to see, he's still always there. He's always there to help, to support the team, whether it's frags or the utility. So yeah, every cog of SHADOWNET's roster has been pretty much moving like a part of a fairly well-oiled machine. It's just rather, it seems that the SKYFIRE machine has been feeling a little bit more powerful there, rather. Nicely done by Sequence.
It's feeling pretty strong right now, and
yeah,
I mean, we're going to get to see how strong it looks on attack, which I think is going to be the fun thing. Or if you flash is coming out, but I don't think it even drained the ADS either, so a little rough there. Kage in a bit of an awkward position here, but he's got the cover he needs from the angle he needs right now. And he's even got the C4. And the C4 is where all the fun begins right now. So he's going to chuck it over the desk. Doesn't find anything with it just yet. I think maybe even damaged himself a little bit from it. But here we go. Just over here, we've got Minxie and Kage finding kills of their own right now. And that attack has slowed right down for SKYFIRE. They've got half the round to work it out, but hang out. They might not need that as they already start to whittle down the numbers for SHADOWNET.
Yeah, Mateus has been doing quite a fair bit of work for his team as well. Just managed to slot in fairly well into the SKYFIRE's roster, being able to do quite some fragging as well. And nicely done there by Levi on the background as well, bandit tricking. But yeah, big props to Mateus as he picks up already a double kill and single-handedly was able to clear out the cash room and construction. Albeit that he's probably not going to be yet aware of that fact, but nonetheless, 3v3 just by the hands of the Sophia player of SKYFIRE is certainly a very solid showcase so far.
Yeah, I mean, just like that, they're back in the round right now. So Mateus definitely pulling his worth. The bandit trick is going to slow things down a little bit, but Mateus, he's just unslowdownable right now, unstoppable, one could say. And he is just bringing this round right back in. Levi pretty far back right now, and so it's going to be pretty hard for him to find the round, but the flashes are starting to come out. All the utilities being drained right now. That ADS should be all but gone, but Mateus, finally his rampage has been shut down. Levi and Minxie remain to keep this defense on tight for SHADOWNET, but as it continues for the push, Archie and Sequence about to peek around the corner right now, and they find one, they find Minxie. Now it's all up to Levi right now on this bandit, this fast little one armor operator right now. He's got to get this quick peek, but the plant's going down, but they don't need to worry about that. Levi finishes it off for SHADOWNET.
That was probably one of the most surprising endings to a round, as SKYFIRE were forced to really stick to the plant, and Levi, even after being knocked down by the Nomad charge, was able to just get the angle onto the Thermite, and well, that's about all she wrote. A little bit of a misplay there, rather, by Sequence, who was trying to sneak up rather on the player, but I don't think maybe he realized that there was some time constraints for his team, and well, that resulted in a very unexpected win for SHADOWNET.
Yeah, I mean, you got caught up in the hype, kind of like I did, right? So very, very quick thinking as well from Levi to snag that kill. Very important to be able to perform under pressure there to get that round under the belt here for SHADOWNET. But now, Cthulhu, we get to see that one operator that did slip through the ban phase, and it is Mirror. So let's find out why everyone has been banning out this operator, see what Kage can get done with it, and just how much value those black mirrors really bring.
Yeah, Mirror's utility has been quite powerful one in the right hands, obviously, and able to really turn things around. I like the setup that SHADOWNET are currently doing here, just isolating a few entry points into that lounge, just to make sure that whoever's going to be holding downstairs and roaming downstairs would have a really good position to really play off. But that position of the Black Mirror is slightly questionable, just for the sheer fact that a single, pretty much, grenade from the Sophia charge is just going to get rid of it, rather than have that Black Mirror installed right onto the reinforced wall. But hey, maybe there's a bigger play in hand. But for now, Levi is making a bandit trick to Electric Boogaloo here, with the denying the long angle for Smacker into the garage.
Yeah, I think I just want to maybe mention that Mirror is that it's going to make for a pretty easy retake for SHADOWNET if anything goes wrong, right? It's, oh, hang on, maybe they don't need a retake because they're already just stopping SKYFIRE in their tracks right now at the front door. Levi as well getting it done. Lags does fall down onto the ground, but he may actually be able to be brought back up. No, never mind. Smack is going to be shutting that idea down, but yeah, pretty good opening here by SHADOWNET. 2 down.
Sure is. Getting rid of Jigsaw and Sequence already, that is a huge achievement here. And with the fact that the Levi was able to delay so much time here against the Thermite, oh, that could have been quite deadly as well. But also, if he would have been able to get that breach denial going, that could have been as well another huge thing. But alas, that was not meant to happen. Still a minute and 30 to go as well for SKYFIRE to go in for the push, so they still can think about drawing some angles out before they're going to go in for the push. But here, SHADOWNET, yeah, they got all they pretty much need here for the push.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to walk on in, though, because, like we saw before, that Mirror is up and Minxie's waiting out there on the balcony, but she was droned out, so SKYFIRE very much aware of this. They should have a good idea that Levi is just around the corner, too. So SHADOWNET starting to feel a little bit boxed in right now. Minxie should be feeling the burn, and there it is. Smacker just throws her right onto the frying pan, and so now it's a bit rough for SHADOWNET. 2.5 members left to go against the 3 full health members here for SKYFIRE. They should be able to take the side here. They're taking it from the angle with the Black Mirror as well. pretty rough right now for SHADOWNET to hold. SKYFIRE about to enter. 40 seconds remain. The breach is now coming out all over the place. Levi better find the jump on someone because it's going to be pretty scary if he doesn't. The C4, no!
Oh, no.
Oh no! It's stuck on the door!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Both of the C4s got failed as another attempt at the C4 will be coming in. There it is! Levi actually is able to connect that this time onto Archie, all up to Mateus to really make the play here. In 14 seconds needs to find 3 of the kills, but that is not going to be happening. SHADOWNET to claim themselves around and a point number 4, and well, that's a 4-4 draw as well to come out.
Oh man, Cthulhu, look, SHADOWNET, even when they don't even mean to, they're playing for the audience. They're playing just to make it fun, and getting it stuck on the door, that was great. But luckily it's not too hard to fix. You just pick it back up and chuck it out again, and kind of avenge yourself there to snag that kill. But yeah, really good for SHADOWNET to pick up the win there. The C4 was pretty massive, so for Levi to connect it there, certainly a big reason in them getting that win there too. But yeah, evening it up here. SHADOWNET really taking it to SKYFIRE, making them work for a win here, or maybe even just stealing a win away. Think about how devastating it would be for SKYFIRE to go into map 2 losing Clubhouse.
Yeah, that would be quite a tilting moment, I would imagine, for SKYFIRE, because I would imagine that for them, they would be expecting a 2-0 after this one to push themselves further up on the leaderboard, whereas SHADOWNET, they're looking too upset here. The fans, the opposing team, and some of the predictions that were probably made against them, so I'm thoroughly excited to see that even this matchup is just going to be going through the full way, and just, yeah, full set of rounds as well.
Yeah, but it would really mean a lot for SHADOWNET to actually steal the win here. It's only so much to have those good performances and say it all looks good on paper because you took a few rounds off of SKYFIRE. It's time to start getting the wins here, and now they're actually in a good position to do so. So let's see it, SHADOWNET. Let's see it closed out to grab that win. And that's a cool little placement there, the black eye, but should be spotting out a lot and being quite hidden there for Minxie. So yeah, here we go again. It was a really clutch kind of moment for SHADOWNET, but not one of those unreliable ones there. So cool to see them hold that last one. Let's see if they can do it again.
Sure, as well. Fairly prompt breaches actually coming out from SKYFIRE, as they're already all setting up all their avenues. Thankfully, Kage will be there to really shut down any pushes or any attempts, for that matter. Really is right now. Yep, just I believe another set of the Excaliburs has been expended, and yeah, it's looking pretty well organized here for SHADOWNET. But oh, that C4 is not going to be connecting, unfortunately, for Minxie, and well, that's a C4 all used up.
Yeah, that's really annoying, just to get absolutely nothing out of it. So SKYFIRE should be able to walk in here pretty uncontested right now, start getting the angles they need, and or even just finding the easy vault cam as well. So right now they're giving themselves lots of time to come in here with drones, scout out SHADOWNET right now, breach the floor a whole lot, make them just panic underneath while they're constantly worried about shots from above. It's going to be pretty hard for SHADOWNET right now unless they stop SKYFIRE in their tracks, maybe find a kill through the hatch here. Kage is definitely onto it right now. If he waits a little bit longer, he should find something, but no, there's too many explosions here. Mateus will just finish him off as well. Oh, that's rough there for SHADOWNET, but they still have 4 members here to keep it going. Jigsaw, he's a little around the corner here, but Oi Boy has found Smacker, but Jigsaw, his trap worked as well, so it's still just a trade at the moment. But 1 minute to go. There's no smoke. Sorry, there is a smoke. Oi Boy running it right now, so they can buy a little bit of time here for SHADOWNET, but Oi Boy's fallen. Now it doesn't really matter. SKYFIRE, lots of time here to make the 4v2 work. Not everyone's super healthy though, so they do have to take it a little carefully, make sure they take bites, they can win. And Mateus, he's done it 3 times already. Another wall C4 just to play to the crowd a little bit here. But Levi, I don't think he's going to find it right now. He's still got a lot of work to do. The plant's gone down, and there it is. 4 people. You're never going to find that one. SKYFIRE round number 9.
Yeah, SKYFIRE were able to really rage straight through the whole lineup of SHADOWNET, not even allowing them to take a single step without pretty much taking any damage. And all of that success could be pretty much credited straight to Mateus. Triple kill for the man, and he was able to really turn things around into his roster's favor. So here, massive props to him. But it's not over yet. 4-5 scoreline, only one round differential here to go into round 10. And SKYFIRE, actually, matter of fact, both of the teams are definitely going to be looking out to nab themselves the win on this map. More so probably SKYFIRE, as they do want to keep on progressing further up on the leaderboard, whereas for SHADOWNET, they're just looking at the very least for now to just get out of those bottom spots, really.
Yeah, the good thing about SHADOWNET's position right now is that there's just not a lot of pressure on this match at the moment. I mean, sure, they always want the 2-0, but even if SKYFIRE pick up map number 1, the pressure's not really going to be there because it's kind of an expected result. They can still get a draw, which is all right, but the thing is, if SHADOWNET start getting close to that position, if we start seeing them approach even match point, that's where pressure could come in for SKYFIRE. They certainly don't want to lose the round, especially after now coming quite close to it, actually. Getting a match point here would mean a lot for them. It would just give them that security, that safety of knowing at least they can go to overtime and still be all right. But here we go again, round number 10. SHADOWNET had been having some pretty solid defenses so far, so this is actually all right for them. There's a peek out coming from Levi right now, but it's a very safe one, but he's just getting some information. But if he just waited a little bit longer, the defuser as well, it's Archie, it's the thermite, would have been such a valuable kill.
Yeah, that could have been a huge one to kick things off, and a bit of a tilter as well against SKYFIRE to kind of get them start the playoff on the mental grounds as well for SHADOWNET, but alas, that wasn't meant to happen.
Oh, well, that was a little ballsy there coming out from Kage, and he gets punished for it pretty hard, so that's a strong opening now for SKYFIRE. They've gotten the mute out of the way, so a little less power, but boy, quick on the punish, though. Comes in and just evens things up very, very quickly.
Yeah, Oiboy with the UMP was able to get a really nice shutdown onto Jigsaw, one of the few people that on SKYFIRE roster are just an absolute menace to really deal with, and so here some good play and good really attempt to really start pushing the favor into his team's favor. But to compensate for Kage's death, there needs to be one more frag, because even with the death of Ash, utility-wise, he's still losing out on a fair bit after losing you.
Time to ring some ears.
Yeah, so not really the end of the world for either teams. They're still basically just going to be trying to deal with SHADOWNET camping these windows right now. Very hard for SKYFIRE to find a way in without getting the kill first. Lags thinks he's maybe found something, but he's still just waiting at this window. It's hard to tell if SKYFIRE know exactly where he is, but Levi knows where Smacker is, and he'll take him out as well. So this is starting to slow down a lot for SKYFIRE. Maybe SHADOWNET are going to bring this one back as well. In the garage as well. I mean, they've just got it all on lockdown right now. SKYFIRE trying to... If he found that kill onto Oiboy, it would have been very magical, but still a lot of work to do. And now only 45 seconds to go. The time pressure is starting to mount right now. And they're all very, very split up. All very, very good individual players. As Mateus finds that one. Another one onto Minxie to avenge sequence that happened before. But now we're back to that situation, Cthulhu. 2v2, and it's doable again by SKYFIRE. Not a whole lot of time. Oh, if he waited a little longer, he would have got that. But that's all right. Mateus, he's just trying to bait out the first kill. One is there, but he's lost a teammate. Now down to the 1v1. 15 seconds to go. Defuser in hand. So he's got the time. He's got the plays. Oiboy just around the corner. Mateus gonna sneak, gonna go for the peak. The pre-fire is there. It's still just not enough. They both lost health. He pulls out the secondary, and there it is. That's enough. In a tense moment of SKYFIRE, they rip away that hope from SHADOWNET.
Mateus single-handedly scoring yet another 4K for his team. Just keep on pushing it all the time. The absolute gunner that he is. is one of the sole few reasons where we've seen SKYFIRE score at the very least 3 rounds or so. And honestly, his introduction into the roster, I'm liking it. The way how he single-handedly can really perform here for the team is certainly making quite a statement for his personal portfolio here as well. Well,
yeah, I mean, it's certainly working out at the moment, and SHADOWNET, it felt like it was so close to, again, evening it up and potentially having, almost the next round being match point, but now it's SKYFIRE. Luckily, though, we did say that this shouldn't put too much pressure on the SHADOWNET. It's not a huge deal if they do lose this map right now, unlike what it would be for SKYFIRE. So they should just be coming in here to do the same thing, not really let it get to them at the moment. They've got Mirror again, so we get to try this one out once more to see if the strategy is going to be working out. Mirror probably going to be placed in the same place, so SHADOWNET are a team that like to do the same plans and just like to execute them a little bit better this time, and I think that's a good idea here coming in. The last hold here was close, so keen to see what SHADOWNET pull out on this round.
5 seconds left before insertion.
yeah, that last CCTV hold was fairly successful due to the very nice setup of the C4s and the crossfires that SHADOWNET had. But yeah, this is their last chance to really keep on pushing in this map, because if SKYFIRE ends up winning this very round, that's it. This is the point lost, and the chance for a 2-0 for SHADOWNET completely vanishes. So here, yeah, this is no more mistakes can be made here for the currently defending roster. Well, the mirror window already is going to get popped open as, yeah, that's an angle that should have gotten counted there by the Bandit, but Levi was just not there in time.
Yeah, and maybe it'll come back to bite them, but I guess we'll have to find out. For now, it's just SHADOWNET making sure they can hold on to the garage here. Minxie up in the rafters too, so plenty of positions here to crossfire anyone that's trying to come inside. Meanwhile, of course, Levi and Archie doing that dance that we love with Thermite and Bandit to keep the breach completely shut down. But Jigsaw, oh no, little trouble, so he's going to be backing away from that one. But yeah, the breach looks like it's been stopped for now. Archie's still sitting there in his tracks, but here's Mateus. Is it going to be able to go through? Archie just waiting for the backup, waiting for the call to go in, but actually just below instead. They're going to move in. Oh no, Mateus! It was called out by Levi. It's just been stopped in its tracks. Actually, still goes through.
At the very least,
we're getting the kill.
At the very least, Jigsaw was at the very least, Jigsaw was able to get rid of the Bandit battery, at least on one side. So that's a guaranteed breach, at the very least. So nicely done by SKYFIRE and SHADOWNET. I gotta give both of the teams credit here, mainly actually to Levi for that angle, just to the ballsiness of really just keep on considering peeking it. But alas, that's how it's going to be played for now, as the breach is now starting to come out from the multiple angles, and Jigsaw does manage to finally find Kage on rotation.
Yeah, we could be looking at the final push pretty soon here, Cthulhu. So SKYFIRE, they've got the numbers to even things up, but is it going to be enough? There's still a C4 in the pocket for Levi, but we're about to get into it. Cthulhu take us here through perhaps the final fight.
Potentially, indeed, the final fight. Some of the shots are being exchanged around here, and there's the jump in by the Hibana. Unfortunately, Levi's timing was just not there, just missing out by just about half a second. Woodboy is going to be holding an angle right around the red stairs, and Jigsaw is already right on site, just securing it for a sequence as well, waiting for the peekage, but just turning away just at the worst possible moment. Minxie to find that shot, Levi to find another one. This is all falling apart, and well, this is a fantastic cleanup by SHADOWNET right onto SKYFIRE. The trap has been sprung and completely collapsed around SKYFIRE's neck.
And again, it's Lags and Levi coming in where it really matters and really counts. So they keep SHADOWNET alive here for yet another round, keep SKYFIRE's victory at bay. Now, if they just can pull out one more, they can force out the overtime and really make SKYFIRE work here and maybe even steal away the win. And they're getting so close right now, and I've got to feel maybe that is what gets to SHADOWNET a little bit more. If anything, the taste of victory right now. Snacking a win here would mean so much for them. It would help them, one, get away from relegations in the bottom of the table, but two, just mean so much for the mentality right now. It's pretty rough to not take too many wins throughout the series so far, but to get a win like this would mean a lot. So again, just need to make sure that kind of pressure doesn't get to SHADOWNET. They still have to win one more round, and then they still have to win in overtime. So it's still a bit of a journey, and SKYFIRE are much closer, but man, SHADOWNET like to make it close.
Yeah, this is probably one of the rather closer games that SHADOWNET has so far shown us. As actually, yeah, it's probably just going to be on par as where they had to play on Oregon last time when they played, I believe, against Blessed Esports, and there they ended up just losing out by a round where it was 7-5. So here, it's currently just about a similar storyline forming potentially, and I'm not calling it just yet. But SHADOWNET are certainly looking much stronger comparative to their previous performances. So this is the proving ground where they need to make that work. For SKYFIRE, though, they're losing out on some of the rounds where they should have probably won them out and kind of scored themselves the much easier scoreline than we would have seen them right now.
Levi just going to be staring off into the sunset a little bit there. Unfortunately, no spawning over there for SKYFIRE. Instead, it's all going to be happening over here. A bit of a party here over on the side of the map here, as we've got SHADOWNET once more hunkering down a little bit. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for SKYFIRE to jump in through here. Of course, it's going to be all about breaking this hatch up, and Minxie's going to be trying to cancel anything to do with that, making sure they can't just drop down for free. Be a bit of a disaster. They've even got the C4 in the pockets to continue to stop it, continue to block these Savannah pellets. Just if they can manage to hold off in that breach for a long time, they can buy a lot of time here. Oh, and Levi, who needs to stop a breach when you can just take out Smacker?
That is a huge one as well, because Smacker was just about to land, I believe, another set of the X-Kairos pellets, but was quite promptly shut down. But that is a huge opening. That is a huge kill as well there. Now the next one should be Archie, who is going to be the Thermite player in the dirt tunnel and will be going in for the peak. Oh, a little bit of a misplay there by Kage, but still will be able to get the lineup going. Another one goes in for the peak, but Sequence is the one to finish him out from the blue stairs. And that is the full control of the utility room as well. Jigsaw with a fantastic pre-fire through the wall, but boy, gets a team kill onto Lags. No, that is not what you want to see. 2v2 situation. This is about to just all snowball into the hands of SKYFIRE as the Defuser will be planted. Full health Sequence and Mateus as well, down to against Oiboy and Minxie, and both of them are so out of the sight, so just unable to take some of the gunfights. It's extremely going to be difficult for them, as Minxie just got tagged up by Mateus once again. This is looking like it's just about to be all over Red Rover here, and a little bit of a heartbreaking defeat here for SHADOWNET.
Yeah, I mean, you get to the end of the round, and with Sequence picking up that double kill, he's one of the players you do not want to have in a clutch moment like that. So SKYFIRE, maybe they sweated a little bit there as SHADOWNET made it incredibly close, but map number 1 is going to be going over to them as they take Clubhouse. But they still have one more map to get it done. SHADOWNET can still make them worry a little bit there, as that 2-0 is still not yet guaranteed. And now I think maybe a little more reason to think that SHADOWNET can steal away map number 2 here. And maybe we got to stop calling it stealing away, because SHADOWNET are not looking like as much of an underdog as everyone keeps claiming them out to be these last few weeks at least.
Yeah, they've been proving more and more that they are able to really bring in the performance with themselves. They were able to take quite a fair few rounds. And, well, yeah, it's really, at the very least, has been a very kind of gradual improvement for them. Unfortunately, here they weren't really able to close out map number 1. Map number 2 is SKYFIRE's pick, and this is the first time when they're going to be playing on Oregon as well, which is definitely going to be putting quite a bit of a disadvantage to the side of SHADOWNET, given that they don't really have a whole lot of VOD material to really look over. So here it's, for SHADOWNET, probably it's going to be a bit more of a kind of a play style of playing by ear, whereas for SKYFIRE, they have a decent knowledge about how would ShadowNet play on Oregon, because it was actually one of their more recent performances when they played against the BLS.
All right, well, Cthulhu, we're going to get a lot of opportunity to talk about that as we're going to Oregon for our next map. But ladies and gentlemen, that's coming up right after this break. Welcome back to LPL Pro, everybody, and we've still got some Rainbow Six Siege coming at you. We're right in the middle of a series right now. It's SKYFIRE versus SHADOWNET. SKYFIRE only just picking up map number 1 over on Clubhouse, but now Cthulhu, we swap over to Oregon, and we get to continue the rest of the series, which is, by the way, guys, brought to you by WD Black, who have been supporting the whole event, so shout out to those guys. But because of them, we're going to get to go to map number 2, Oregon, and you had some thoughts on this one, Cthulhu, because there's not a whole lot of VOD footage coming out from SKYFIRE here.
Yeah, not a whole lot, at least within the Season 2 yet. This is going to be the first time we will be seeing them play it out here. So, yeah, for ShadowNet, it's going to be a bit of a kind of going in blind almost into this matchup. Whereas for SKYFIRE, yeah, they had a pretty decent idea as to how would Shadowplay play it out. Their last performance on the Oregon was against BLS, and that was a 7-5. And that was definitely a bit of a shaky performance there. They missed out on a fair few gunfights, a fair few rounds there by just a smidge. So here they're going to be proving that they would need to really bring the heat here, as we just straight away transitioning right into Oregon and the ban phase to come through straight away.
Yeah, and also, recently remade map as well, so a little bit of changes, which means all the differences. Any previous footage from teams playing on this map may not be as useful here, thanks to all the changes. But yeah, let's get into it here with the bans coming out. Last time we had Mirror slip through, which ended up not being super impactful. It was only really ShadowNet that picked her up when they were on defense. So again, maybe we get to see it slip through defense. So we could see it come out from SKYFIRE, but I'd be surprised to see it slip through again. But Maverick and Thatcher are going to be the victims of the bans once more, just to make that breaching a little bit harder.
Maverick, Thatcher are still quite powerful in the duo as well, so seeing them both out is certainly quite expected. Mira, this time, will not survive the ban process, and for a very good reason. She is able to really lock down a fair few sites in a really comfortable fashion, but again, here, that's not going to be the case. Final one, I would imagine it will be Maestro, maybe a Mute. Nope, instead it's just going to be a Valkyrie. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Valkyrie, pretty powerful operator, pretty commonly picked up by a lot of teams, SKYFIRE in particular, so why not just get it out of there? It does mean a few things do slip through here. Of course, some pretty powerful ones to perhaps come through. So we'll take a look to see. Coyote, of course, was banned out last time, but different sites call for different bans. But he is going to be on the table here today, and ShadowNet may be looking at picking him up for the first defense coming up here on Oregon.
Yeah, Coyote, the choice for the kids' dorms is not a bad idea, given that he is able to quite remotely and in a very sneaky fashion to really electrify a couple of the walls. So seeing him here is going to be a good idea. Minxie bringing in a clash now. We did see a fair bit of clash played on the top floor of Oregon in, I believe, yesterday's matchups. So Clash has, it seems that Clash has seen a resurgence in her popularity for some of the sides. So this very side is definitely going to be a good idea to play the British operator, just for the sheer fact that she's able to pretty much become that mobile mirror, where the defenders could really use her shield to really hide behind, to kind of fall back behind, and really start making some of the advancements back to the side. So her shield here is going to be extremely useful, I reckon.
Yeah, of course, it all does come at a cost. Basically, one less gun to have throughout a lot of these fights, so maybe a little awkward here if that does come in. So something ShadowNet are going to be keeping their minds out, but like you mentioned, it's going to be all about holding this hallway here. You've got Lag sticking nice and close as well, and you can actually see all of ShadowNet are really close here together, and that's because you see Jackal over on on SKYFIRE picked up. Right? Just shuts down Rome so hard, you just don't want to deal with it. So you just clump everyone up together on the site, hold down that hallway with the clash, and should be looking pretty nice and tidy here. But here we go. It's SKYFIRE now breaking inside. They've cleared out their first point of entry, and they should be looking to pursue it a little more.
Yeah, and their first move as well, it's going to be a quick take of the attic. Sorry, not the attic, the attic entrance, and as well as the main tower, which is not a bad idea per se, but what is also not a bad idea is for Lags to start getting the early frags off the very same angles that Smacker was opening up, and that is a really good beginning here for the ShadowNet player. Now, the next one will be Sequence, and even he will be claimed here by the Jaeger player, so fantastic opening yet again. Lags doing quite some good job here for himself. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the entrance into the attic has been now opened up by the Hibana of SKYFIRE, but already with 2 members down, things are going to be looking a little bit tough here.
Yeah, they pretty much can't go through that breach, so instead they're going to have to go downstairs. Jigsaw finding 1 kill, which means he can stay alive in this one a little more, but maybe finding something through the hatch. But, I mean, just look at how defensive they're going to be able to be up here right now. SKYFIRE have made a little bit of progress, but they've got to drop down. Finally, they've pushed Minxie just a little further back out, but she is still just going to be there, making the call-outs for the rest of her team. Now starting to move forward. Also has Oiboy like right behind her for any kind of backup that she's going to need. And so it looks like SKYFIRE made a little bit of progress right now, but already Minxie's moved quite far around and just constantly keeping track of where all SKYFIRE are coming from. But it looks like it's multiple points of entry here, Cthulhu, even from above as well, as you see a few bullets flying. This could be pretty rough for them to hold the ball. No. Oh, no, maybe not so much. Lags is just still on a bit of a tear as he's found his 3rd kill. Finally, someone puts him down, but Levi trades it right back. And now it's just Archie, a 1/4 health bar, and a dream to try and take the site here. He's moving in 25 seconds, so he can take a little bit of time to think about these moves. But, I mean, with a big shield in the way, I mean, I don't think anyone can 1v1 Clash. Poor Archie. Don't do him like this.
Even Archie just shakes his head. Just please, no, don't bully me. Because each one of those ticks, I believe, is just about 5 HP. So with the time running low, there's not a whole lot of things to really do. And yeah, there's Clash. We'll be shutting that down. Oh my, that is
at least knife the guy. Like, come on.
Perfect. Yeah.
don't just sit there like zapping him down as Clash for like 20 million years while he's got everyone watching him. He just wants to get on to the next round. That's fair enough. Poor guy had to sit there and just have that happen in front of everyone. But I mean, pretty solid win there by ShadowNet, especially near the end. Lags just putting the whole team on his back and taking them through that victory right there, just all over the map too. I mean, getting the entry kills, getting kills near the end of the game. So just a pretty crazy player, at least in that round at that moment. So here we go, down to the basement.
Down to the basement indeed. The launcher will be once again brought out. Minxie baiting around with some clever initial picks. Initially kind of going for the pulse and then swapping over to Clash is not a bad idea. Once again, Clash here is going to be a very powerful AWP. Not a whole lot of floor can be destroyed here by the offense in the laundry. So yeah, she's definitely going to be quite safe from the vertical play, but still will need to be quite wary about some of the crossfires that can be made there by the attack, especially in the crossfire between the main staircase into the laundry and then the freezer laundry as well.
Yeah, but it also makes me think, because it means maybe ShadowNet are going to be sticking with this whole Clash thing and using it quite a lot. It makes it a little easier for SKYFIRE to kind of read it at the moment. I mean, you were mentioning that it's seeing a little more popularity. It's a bit more of a popular pick here, but moving it down to the basement as well, it's going to get a lot of the similar things done. That mobile mirror window, like you were mentioning, so they've got plenty of vision. This room is going to be very well guarded here with all the ADS. Minxie's going to be making sure that she keeps an eye on that point of entry. So again, it did get taken down eventually by SKYFIRE when they were making the push, but again, it's going to have to happen downstairs as well. And it's all pretty much the same pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah. I mean, if it works, why try to change it around, really? For SKYFIRE, it just means that they will be working, first of all, just to try to counter this very same strat. And for SHADOWNET, if they are able to keep on pulling it off very successfully, I mean, what's the point of really kind of making a change until it gets broken apart? So here, probably the main thing that I'm quite curious as to how will it come to fruition is rather how will Oiboy play his position as Rook with the ACOG MP5, because generally you would be seeing someone like Doc to be rather played out, but Rook is not a bad idea, plus he gets the impact grenades to make some of the rotations. So here, yeah, he should make quite a few plays here for himself.
Oh, a decent drone, actually getting quite a lot of intel there coming out. So maybe SKYFIRE can make something happen with it. They've made progress, and they've got their positions, and even just so much information, and they're all still sitting at full health right now. All that's left is really to get any final breaching done, clear out the barbed wire. They still have, like I said, lots of time. So this should, all things considered, not be too much pressure on the run, but they are going up against all 5 defenders right now. So just have to make sure they do everything by the books. Don't do anything too crazy with their peaks, and maybe throw in something a little tricky or two. But here we go. This is where it begins, and it's start with the trade, as of course we wouldn't have it any other way. Minxie's going to be blocking that pathway down, so they at least have that avenue kind of shut off right now for SHADOWNET. But yeah, it's going to be Mateus here, the man to watch. He's had a pretty fantastic round over on Clubhouse. Here we go. He's going to start opening up these walls, start trying to find a few shots in as well, but still doesn't find anything just yet. And these shots are actually coming in from a bunch of different angles. He's a little bit alone. Flashes come out and completely blind him right now. Does he have the backup? The trades still continue. Mateus is still alive. He's still waiting at the corner. He has to watch as Lags takes out Smacker, but he just runs around the corner, gets one, gets two. Where's the third? Doesn't even get the third right now. It's just him and Levi. Levi should have a very good idea of exactly where he is right now. Goes for a peek, but no, Levi's got cover, and SHADOWNET, they pick up round number 2.
Levi just does not miss those, as the aim was just right on the upper body and the head of the Zofia player. And, well, just like that, SHADOWNET with a 2-point lead once again, this time kicking things off really nice, really well for themselves on the defense. So already kids, dorms, and the laundry already finished off. Now they need the meeting hall and kitchen to be defended in their favor to complete the perfect trio, the perfect triangle of the sites here for themselves.
Yeah, and again, it's another one of those openings by SHADOWNET where you're like, who is this team? How are they suddenly coming back? And you're getting a strong opening against a team like SKYFIRE, but they've been doing it enough that, again, I think we really shouldn't be too surprised by it at this point. Even if they pick up round number 3 here with a strong opening, again, it shouldn't be too much of a surprise. It's really whether they can hold that lead for the rest of the map. And so far, it's looking like it should continue. So far, it's looking pretty solid here at the defense, although that last one did come down to a bit of a 1v1, so it could have swung either way. But here we go, the third site here to kind of test to see if SHADOWNET can hold all 3 sites. And yeah, it's going to be just a lot of the, again, similar pieces of the puzzle here for SHADOWNET, although Wamai is going to be thrown into the mix. And a big thing as well is Clash isn't here anymore either, so should look like a different set of fights here when SKYFIRE come into the table.
5 seconds remaining. Bomb located by attackers.
Well, let's see if that should be the one that is going to work here. Levi on the top floor of Rome could do quite some damage if he will be cautious about his approach, because I believe he's actually on a solo roam here for his team, whereas Oiboy is actually going for a castle barricade up on the main in the long hallway for the kitchen. Could actually work pretty well, given that those castle barricades, if not wasting time, they will be wasting some utility. And there it is, there's their first issue that Smacker will be running into, as he will need to start bashing down that castle barricade, which will take quite some time, albeit that won't drain probably as long of a time as they would have wanted. But nonetheless, there's already the breach coming out, and oh, a bit of a misplay there by Levi, as he will not be able to connect the shot onto the sledge. And well, that is full control of the attic, full control of the top floor, matter of fact. And with a misplaced C4 as well, won't be claiming the life of Sequence as well.
Really strong opening here by SKYFIRE, and they're looking to continue it. But Kage is the one who wants to stop this in its tracks. Very carefully, each player inching around the corner on the stairs, but that is certainly going to be a bit of a tale to follow. Minxie, though, has found Smacker. That's a great way to keep things even. You definitely want to take Smacker off the table. But those breaches, like you said, have been done. This castle barricade, eventually the 20 knocks did get it down. And so, oh no, a bit of a fumble on the frag there. That's going to feel a little bad. Even gets a little zap, a little ping. Everyone knows that it happened.
Yeah, a few zaps here and there. Nothing too unusual as Sequence is trying to find that guide device that Kage hid somewhere as, oh, maybe it's here. Nearly found it, but meanwhile it's Mateus that is on the prowl downstairs with Archie as well, and won't be able to find it. There we go. They finally do find it. It was hidden right under the stage. The beautiful trick that sometimes the Kaid Electric Laws can pull off, and Lags actually with the castle barricade behind him would have a little bit more of the safe ground to really play around at the back of the, at the front entrance to the meeting hall.
He's going to book it out of there, though. Doesn't want to get run down by the drone. Has a pretty solid position here, like you said. The safety with castle barricades keeping him alive. Kage, again, he's back to the stairs. But the plant's going down, Cthulhu. SKYFIRE are starting to put the pressure back on. But there it is. He tried to walk up the stairs. A big mistake right into Mateus' face. And with the plant down, SKYFIRE numbers up right now. It's on ShadowNet. Minxie starts it, getting Archie out of the way. Lags continues it, taking Sequence out. And it's just a ShadowNet hat trick right now. 3 down. Only Jigsaw remains. He picks up 1. It's Lags, but Jigsaw has almost no health right now. He really just has to call every single bait, every single bluff, and maybe just get the kills as they go for the peaks instead. The plant actually is, really starting to work out for them. The frag goes down. They had to go for the defuse, but they couldn't get it done, and Jigsaw, with almost no health, gets the 1v2.
Yeah, 1v3 for Jigsaw there. It's in a post-blast situation, he was able to play his position really well, paced himself really nicely, and it's just, yeah, I would have to probably say that this is fully on ShadowNet for losing out on this one. They kind of were all very detached from each other. I couldn't really find a whole lot of coordination, and well, that's exactly what Jigsaw needed. Isolated 1v1s where the R4C is just absolutely uncontestable, and there it is. There's that win.
Yeah, so not the 3-round opening that maybe ShadowNet were really hoping for, but Cthulhu, we're going back to Clash. So ShadowNet definitely showing that, hey, look, we really like the way the strategy goes. It worked last time, so we're going to throw it out again. But we do have to remember a lot of it was on Lags. Well, we were back on this site before, so to see if he can pick up a similar amount of kills is going to be a pretty big ask for him. But look, he's been popping off throughout the round. Minxie's actually starting to really ramp up as well. So maybe between those two players, something can happen here again. Maybe they can make it work. Minxie on Clash is going to be, a little harder to show things off. It's more about positioning and map knowledge and callouts and all that good stuff instead of actually just shooting people. But I mean, she's still finding these kills, so it's still actually making something work.
Oh yeah, most definitely. There's still a fair bit of job being done there by ShadowNet. They're able to really lock down a fair few sites, a fair few angles, so it's not all down for nothing. They still have the point lead for themselves, but some of the rather more trivial kind of things, they seeming to be completely overlooking. Whereas rather more complex stuff, they're able to nail down just the right way. So it's a bit of an odd way how things are going there for the team. So I'm interested as to what particularly is going wrong there for them. Rather,
a bomb has been
located. He missed the battery. Feels like he missed the battery.
The Kaid
oh yeah, the Kaid
right at the bottom. Oh, both of them were there. Oh, that is actually smart.
Yeah, so a little bit more time there by the creative little defense by SHADOWNET, but of course the breach does go through. Minxie's going to be pretty aware of what's going on. She can keep an eye out. Has to be careful of sequence kind of just around the corner though. He's going to be draining all the ADS. Also going to be maybe contesting the window. No, all right, just going to leave it alone for now. But yeah, big thing is that Minxie has all this intel. She knows what's going on. Has this little drone, but doesn't want to pull a gun out to deal with it just for the threat of being rushed. But yeah, so Minxie's position going to be scouted out a little bit. So a little bit of intel here for SKYFIRE to work with.
Holding concussion.
Yeah, for SKYFIRE, this is going to be a solid beginning as we just see Jigsaw already apply some even more pressure from the white stairs. That is going to be Oi Boy now down and out as the Mozzie player. And that is also the C4 gone. A little bit of an unfortunate loss for him there, but there's still quite a crossfire to be held. The lags, unfortunately, can't connect the shots onto Jigsaw and will be down, but not out yet, so maybe we'll be able to get picked back up. But here, that angle... Oh, Mateus will be fully ready for that drop down and for that position of Kage, as right now this Levi is going to be also just completely obliterated and bullied with the flashbang, with the with the Nomad device. It's just all seeming like it's falling apart. SKYFIRE just swarming right onto the side, and it is going to be a flawless round to make a comeback here and to draw things out for themselves.
Man, Levi did not have a good time at the end of that round. It just did not look fun at all. Getting flashbangs, getting knocked around by the air jab. I swear he got hit by an extra air jab at some point as well. So all around, not really fun. But for SKYFIRE, of course, a flawless round is a ton of fun. So they've even the score up right now. They're looking on fire and they're looking warmed up here now in Oregon. Taking lags out nice and early on was awesome as well. Taking out their top fragger, just getting him out of the way, making sure he's not going to be an annoyance. Minxie as well, a little bit hamstrung, one from being clash, but also from being locked down position-wise. Very hard to get out of there without being seen exactly where she was. So two of the top players right now for SHADOWNET shut down pretty early into that round. And so feels like SKYFIRE may have found that. To see if they can find lags every single time, though, that's going to be a big ask. It definitely seems like when they find lags, they find a good way to win.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that SKYFIRE were able to find the right pace really here against SHADOWNET, whereas SHADOWNET kind of had the element of surprise with maybe some of the strats that they wanted to bring in as a bit of a maybe the introduction, you could say, to their attempt at pacing. But here, yeah, it seems that SKYFIRE definitely had a fair few things prepped. They practiced quite a fair bit against a few of the comp lineups. So seeing as Clash is no longer being that kind of the aggressor, the operator that changes the flow of the round, seems that SKYFIRE might just have the right answers here. And well, bringing in a Kali as well is going to be yet another way to really deal with the shield operator on the defense.
Yeah, I want to make sure they get those shots on nice and tight, but yeah, now going down to the basement, it's going to be another interesting hold. Went all right for SHADOWNET last time, so hopefully it goes all right again for them this time. But again, we're watching for lags, watching to make sure he doesn't get taken out too early on during the fight. The drones are now starting to come out again, but it's going to be all about these breaches, whether they can successfully get it done. Shouldn't be too hard to secure them. SHADOWNET's going to be all about trying to waste as much of the utility as possible. But here we go. They've already got that Electroclaw out of the way, and this breach should go off without a hitch at all. The sequence going to stick around to see if he can get just one tap here around. Doesn't look like he's going to find anything, and even a little bit of a risk as he's still continuing to peek. But if he finds anything, it's going to be great. Mateus, though, and Levi just around the corner of each other. But there it is. He didn't notice. He didn't see, but he didn't die either. And now Levi is still panicking. He's still running around, still looking with his pistol, but he doesn't manage to get it as Mateus turns around, and he even turns around into Minxie's face as well. So it does end up being a trade, but a very tense moment for a lot of players there.
Yeah, quite a little bit tense. Minxie with the MX4 is able to get it down, but Smack is there to get the return fire to go into the SKYFIRE's favor. Yet another one to go down to the hands of Jigsaw. and things are just all seeming to be falling apart there. An attempt by Kage to really use the TCSG in his favor, but it seems that the single fire is not really working out. The R4C is just 10 times better, and there's Oi Boy trying to get some plays going. Kage finally finding the shot into Jigsaw as well. A little bit of a tag as well for SKYFRE players, and with the time and starting to tickle down even now against the defense, things are just all looking fairly grim here for Oi Boy. He needs to buff himself up, so still has 26 seconds left to go. Needs to go in for the frags, but just the moment he gets his eyesight away from that angle, it's Smacker that will be finding the shot on him.
Yeah, I don't know what Doc puts in his stim, but probably not enough to really survive the bullets that just happened to hit him there. Very hard peak to make right there. Obviously, you want to be buffed up as much as you can, but yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to take that one back. So there it is, SKYFRE in a round that looked like maybe it wasn't going to swing their way near the end, but some pretty good, solid fragging at the end there. Keep them in it. They managed to swing back, snag that 3 win so far for the half. Now they may even be able to look at leaving the half with a 4-2 round. That would be pretty sweet. They get to try basically the same side again, and nothing is really going to change so far for SHADOWNET either. I mean, look, they're still running the clash composition at the moment. Lags are still going to be a big problem if you can shut them down. So all the things are pretty much the same for SKYFRE right now. The goal hasn't changed.
Yeah, goal is just about the similar one as SKYFRE just want to get that 2-0. They want to get themselves up on that leaderboard even further up. I mean, this is their prime chance to really do it, and probably on paper it should have been a bit of an easier matchup, but so far, I mean, SHADOWNET were able to really test SKYFRE for their performance here. So a new reiteration to be introduced here by SHADOWNET's defense on their final round. This time having a few of the walls remaining to be soft for the rotation purposes, and Oi Boy is actually going to be the one to be playing on that position now.
Yeah, so pretty good control they're going to have of the room here. This one entry point that's available to SKYFRE going to be pretty hard for them to go through this way. So be keen to see if they do continue to try and breach through where we've got SHADOWNET set up pretty hardcore in the defense right now. But also we've got to remember Jigsaw is going to be heading on downstairs too. That Ash is a pretty scary operator in the hands of a player like Jigsaw to snag those frags before the final push. Smacker as well, someone you've got to watch out for. Any one of his shots could easily just get SKYFRE an immediate advantage. Very hard to trade back because all it takes is one click. So yeah, I mean, a lot that could go well for SKYFRE, but it looks like they are going to be looking to just continue, at least with this 3-man push along downstairs. And so it's going to be all about trying to snag this breach here. But Minxie's going to be keeping an eye on it constantly, or maybe not so much, as she is taken down.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick takedown as well. Unfortunately for Minxie, she wasn't really able to deal a whole lot of things, but so will be her teammates able to pull off. There's a Levi and Legs kill each to get rid of Mateus and Smacker. Two pretty impactful operators, and back at it again, it's a 3v4, but now in SHADOWNET's favor.
Yeah, I really like this hold so far by SHADOWNET, but the breaches are still going to continue, as the next one will just go off without a hitch right now. But SKYFRE really have to watch out. There's a lot of angles right now that are putting them in danger, but it also puts Levi in danger from where he was standing. So he is just taken out to even up the numbers right now. So SKYFRE, they've got their tools. They're starting to lose lags now, and that's the next one. That's the next step for SKYFRE to take. Everything should be nice and easy from here on out. They don't have Mateus, but they do have Sequence, who's been popping off so far. Kage, though, he's looking to find his moments. Jigsaw will be the next one to fall, along with Archie as well to Oi Boy. Now it's just Sequence. They've won these before. 1v2 is not out for SKYFRE at all. And that's the first kill. Where's the second one? He's got to wait a little longer. He just waited for it patiently. He read it like a book. And takes the round out of the half for SKYFRE. Wow, what a read.
especially with the SPSMG, the gun that has probably one of the least amount of rounds in the magazine, and that was clean there by I'm lost for words there. Honestly, Smite, I did not expect that clutch to come through that easily, but it just seemed so effortless there.
Yeah, I mean, look, I say, you know, they win these quite a lot. It's not for no reason, right? SKYFIRE never really seem out at all. We've said that a little bit about SHADOWNET as well, but mostly for certain players like Lags. But right now for SKYFIRE, it feels like any one of them stays alive at the end. You can't count them out. They can certainly clutch out at any point. So SHADOWNET can never breathe easy, and that's pretty scary when you are looking at the amount of rounds you've got to go through, because they've made the series tight. So they've, you know, it's even going to be even longer. But now it's that uphill battle again. They've come out of the half a little bit down. They've got to swing it back now on attack, where this isn't even their first choice either. Remember, this is SKYFIRE's map pick, so yeah, it's such an uphill battle right now for SHADOWNET. They have made a lot of these rounds quite close, but SKYFIRE are just edging out and getting the points that they need.
10 seconds left.
ADS ready to go.
Yeah, the points that they need is just exactly what is required here
Attackers must
for SKYFIRE. For SHADOWNET, yeah, they just want to slow down the onslaught of SKYFIRE. They would want at the very least at least just 1 point really going for themselves, because sitting right now on what I believe is only a single map win is quite tough for them, quite tough for the overall morale, and well, further down the line it's just generally gonna make things a whole lot harder to really make any advancements from the bottom of the leaderboard. So here, this is the one more chance for them to really at least push themselves slightly higher up on the leaderboard. Maybe just make sure that they will be feeling a little bit more comfortable. But Jigsaw is not planning to take any hostages there. Not at all. It's just Oi Boy completely shut down through that angle that generally you wouldn't see really used up.
Yeah, I mean, it just ends up being a really good read by Jigsaw. SKYFIRE able to snag a really easy kill. It's the Habana as well, so now they've got to rely on Kage to get a lot of these breaches done. One of those operators that he has to get nice, close and personal, and oh no, SHADOWNET have lost Lags now as well, just simply from Sequence finding him out nice and easily. Sequence still looking to push, gonna try and stop these drones out and not get caught out by it as well. Wants to throw the C4 out for the style, but won't find that kill, and instead has to go for the old-fashioned peek. But hey, that's good enough for him. And he doesn't manage to get the next one. In fact, he's gonna get peeked on instead, but the damage is already done, Cthulhu. There's 2 damaged members right now to defend for SHADOWNET, and they're still falling.
And they're still falling. It seems that SKYFIRE has managed to turn up the heat even more so now that they're on the defense. As Kage now is, yeah, just going to be promptly falling back, taking quite some time to really just maybe talk it out with the team, just kind of try to figure out what happened to the morale, what happened to some of the communication, to coordination and the gunfights, and not seeming to be really working out, as Kage just once again, the moment he tries to even open up the window, he gets some return fire there. So the moment he tries to peek anything, really, SKYFIRE are seeming to be always there for him to really to greet him with some lead, and then well close out the round like they just did. So for now, it is a 5-round streak there for SKYFIRE.
Yeah, and now it finally feels like SKYFIRE have fully wrested control of the whole match here. It did take them some time to do it, but now that they're on defense, now that they've got such a massive round lead as well, it just really feels like there's no stopping them, at least for SHADOWNET at the moment. Sure, they can bring a lot of these rounds back, and maybe they'll win 1 or 2 more before we actually see the win here, but yeah, it has to be something pretty incredible, pretty different to what we've seen so far. And SKYFIRE, I mean, they're just showing that there's no reason why we should believe that's going to happen. So one more time here on defense, very close to that match point here for SKYFIRE, which is going to be the big thing as well. Once that match point rolls around, it's all but over for SHADOWNET, so they want to just get as many wins as they can before that happens.
Yeah, with 5-2 scoreline, that is a scary one to really play against. 3 rounds, to really draw it out. I mean, we saw a few streaks to be done here by SHADOWNET, but they were a maximum of just about 2 points here throughout the whole matchup. So, yeah, it's going to be quite a tough ask here for currently the underdog team. But maybe they will be able to pull off. They did manage to start things fairly strong here for themselves at the very beginning of the map, but that was just about it. That is the only 2 points that they were able to net themselves here against SKYFIRE. So here on their own offense, yeah, it's definitely going to be looking a little bit messy here for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I haven't even really thought about that. It has been such a long time. In fact, 5 rounds in a row since we've seen SHADOWNET even pick up a win. So, I mean, all things considered, this is just not the place you want to be right now for SHADOWNET. So it all starts with this round, of course, and already pretty quick entry by Oiboy here. Pretty brave, I've got to say. Not getting caught out, not punished for it, but now he's got an interesting position. No one's really challenging it, of course. There's no soft wall for that rotation like we saw SHADOWNET do before, but here we go. Archie, he wants to get the peek. That drone, he should be able to hear it, so now he just goes to the corner. Not the place he was expecting first, though, and Oiboy will punish him for that one, shutting him down.
So beginning there's the breach is also going to be coming through without any chance for SKYFIRE to really stop it, but SKYFIRE are actually going to be playing extra aggressive here on the play with the gas grenades from Smacker. Still being able to lock down some of the angles. Only one has been lost out, really, and it was mainly just due to some of the rather miscalculated aggression from Archie. So nothing too major of a loss there. Meanwhile, for Levi, he's taking quite a fair bit of beating as well. So here, for SKYFIRE, things might be looking pretty swell here as Kage does fall down as well. Once again, it's a 4 versus 4, and now the defuser control is at least partially there as Oiboy is going to try to recover it. Does manage to finally grab it as Smacker will not be able to act up upon it, and meanwhile we do have quite some raging firefights to be happening in the freezer hallway with Sequence picking up another one onto Levi.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of members of SHADOWNET falling, although it's SHADOWNET bringing it back. Just as I'm saying that, Minxie finding that kill. Now it's a 3v3. That's a lot of strong anchors, though, on the defense for SKYFIRE. But they've got to move in and make the play now. Minxie and Lags almost no health, but they've managed to earn themselves a kill. It's traded back onto Lags, who had a lot of the health bar as well. Oiboy killed while he's trying to get the plant down as well. Now it's 2v1. And, well, SKYFIRE move on to match point. Happy to clean that one up.
Well, that was a pretty clean sweep there once the attackers did manage to make it all right onto the side. Mateus, once again, doing quite a great amount of work here for the team. But not to discredit the rest of the roster, they were able to really play like a well-oiled machine, and certainly looks like Mateus's introduction to the roster has went so far pretty smoothly for them. Minus a few hiccups here and there, mainly on the clubhouse. Here, though, 6-2 scoreline, potentially a 7-2. That will be quite a devastating scoreline for SHADOWNET to really finish things off with us within this week.
Yeah, so pretty certain we're going to see them look to clean it up just here. Speaking of Mateus, though, being slotted in pretty well, I want to shout out Oiboy, who had to come in as a sub pretty last minute, I believe, and managed to slot in pretty well. Got the frags that he needed to. Of course, it's not working out entirely for SHADOWNET at the moment right now. They're pretty far behind, but he had some pretty amazing moments back on Clubhouse. Here in Oregon, he's still getting some pretty good frags at the moment too. So, you know, all things considered, it could have been a lot more worrying for SHADOWNET to bring in a sub like that.
Oh yeah, full props to Oiboy for being able to really do at least the core of his job, just here and there frag out, being able to assist the teammates in the pushes. Yeah, he's been doing some really good job there for SHADOWNET. Just unfortunately for the remainder of the roster, just can't seem to be able to either gel well, or it seems that just SKYFIRE were able to just read in way too well for the position. Oh, that's an angle. That's an angle, Jigsaw. I'm curious whether he will be able to find the frag though from that one.
Yeah, nice long one, and it's almost going to pay off. Almost pays off twice, but yeah, it doesn't get anything. Not even a lick of damage either. But it's something we haven't. Hey, no, it's this angle. It's still happening. Jigsaw is still finding it. They don't even know where it is. They don't even know where it is at the moment. And so with that, he manages to get a pretty quick kill onto Oiboy, although they have found sequence. So the cav that I was about to bring up, now off the table.
Yeah, Cav could have been the big solution there, the big play, but unfortunately for her, that's not going to be the chance. Really, a good find, as that could have that is pretty much a prevention for what was potentially a disaster. Meanwhile, Jigsaw is actually still sitting on that position. He's still in that very powerful spot that it doesn't seem that SHADOWNET are very aware of, and well, it's not looking like SHADOWNET are planning to make any advancements just yet, but SKYFIRE is also just sitting all nice and pretty, still waiting for the push as Jigsaw just takes up a little bit more damage now, and maybe Smacker could be coming around to give him a little bit of a boost there, and yeah, just as I said that, the stim does come through.
Yeah, there it is. And that's the thing, right? SKYFIRE built a comp that works well if they lose Cav. A lot of very strong anchors with Rock and Duck. Doc and Rook. Mateus finds Minxie, as we just ignore what I just said. And now more kills are going to be coming out as Kage's cleaning that one up too. But it's just going all over the place. But the star of the show is Jigsaw with a very quick double kill. Lags is trying to shut that down, but looks like no one can shut down that position that Jigsaw has found. But hey, this is the start. Lags has found one, but Mateus and Smacker, they're sitting nice and far back right now on the site, but still a whole minute. So Lags has got time to try and drone it out, to try and see what he can do to make this very, very difficult push happen.
It's going to be quite a hard one. Even in a 1v2 situation, Lags is still full health and should be able to have some of the gunfights played out for him, as he does have the full knowledge as to where that Rook could be playing. But oh, there's the Pixel, but SKYFIRE they're just way too good. They're just way too powerful in that one. And well, we'll be solidifying themselves that 2-0.
Yeah, wow. I mean, he tried to be so clever at the end there, but yeah, just ended up getting read by like a book pretty easily there. And story of the show tonight here is that this was a match that ended up being quite a lot like the series last night, where it was just a team coming in, getting the kind of expected 2-0. Although SHADOWNET, they played with the script a little bit. They tried to mess with destiny a little bit. Back over map number 1, they took it really close. So it wasn't a free win by SKYFIRE, but at the end of the day, the leaderboard does not care how close those wins were. So 3 points are going to shoot them nice and far up it. I believe they're now just 2 points behind first place and 1 point behind second. So pretty solid little position for themselves they've managed to nail.
Yeah, they were able to really nail down their plays, especially when it came down to Oregon. That fact that they were a bit of that Dark Horse that Dark Horse play and Dark Horse pick of the map definitely worked out quite well for them. And, that's what solidified that 2-0 for them. But I believe we have Archie to talk to about that win. Archie, can you hear us, mate? G'day. First of all, congratulations on the big win here. I want to get your kind of first opinions, kind of what was happening on Clubhouse, because you guys nearly got pushed into the overtime. Any kind of thoughts on that one?
Oh yeah, they played pretty well. I think we were just choking a lot on our executes and communication there. That was our first game with Matt. He did really good, but it was just like small little things. A lot of rounds we should have locked out that we lost, but it's alright because we came back.
Yeah, so, I mean, were you guys a little worried going into the match? I mean, obviously you guys are the favorites to come into it, but is there always that little worry in the back of your mind that maybe you take the lose here and it could be devastating for the points?
We were pretty confident coming into it. I think after a few losses there, like a few round losses, we really sort of kicked it into gear and played more as a team. Because yeah, we did actually start to get worried that we're going to lose a map and go down on leaderboards, which we really can't afford to do. Top 5 so close. So.
Run us through, actually, real quick, how did the comms kind of sound around round 6 on Oregon, where we saw that Cali clutch up with the SPSMG? Kind of, was it full hype mode, or was it just as quiet as it can get so that the clutch could really come through?
He was pretty hype, yeah. It was a good clutch by Roy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, those shots were just absolutely crisp clean.
Yeah, I mean, just to expand on that a little bit, you guys actually had quite a lot of clutch moments during that game. In fact, from both sides, really. So maybe give us a little insight into the mind of a pro during those moments. I mean, what is it like for you guys when everyone's watching you and the whole round is on the line?
Oh, it's pretty tense, but you're sort of just used to it over like thousands of hours of playing. So yeah, just sort of clutch up and just really mind goes into the game.
All right, well, mate, Archie, congrats on the win there, getting that 2-0. Pretty expected here for you to come in and clean that one up. So nice to get it. So good luck as you move into the future rounds. And again, congrats on tonight.
Thank you.
All right, so that's Archie there for SKYFIRE. Good one for them to pick up the 2-0 there. Pretty solid, but Cthulhu, I think we're really excited to start talking about this next match, Bizarre versus Exto, and this is going to tell quite a lot of the story here. I mean, it's exciting, Cthulhu, the real match where it's going to go quite close.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a huge one there. I mean, the main storyline there as Exto are just still on that flawless streak, and this is going to be their proving ground here as to whether they can sustain that.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to find out about that after the break. So once we return, everyone, we're going to be back with Exo versus Bizarre in the final match of Week 4. Remains here for LPL Pro tonight. One more match of Rainbow Six Siege as we bring you in to the remainder of the night. My name is Matt Smyros, of course, Mr. Cthulhu here to bring us through the last match of the night. And it's all thanks to our wonderful sponsors of Vodafone for that. And now let's crack onto it, Cthulhu. Exto versus Bizarre. This one should set the tone for the top of the table. Exto are still, untouchable at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, they so far had pretty much a flawless run throughout the first 3 weeks of the LPL Pro, and this is where they are going to be tested ultimately here. I mean, the maps as well that we will be talking about later on are also proven to be quite a fancy set of maps, but let's take a look at the rosters first and see about which players we're going to be talking about today.
Yeah, so first up, it's Exto Gaming. We've got Sawyer, Geordie, Shoots, Mitchie, and Edpan. A lot of new names here to LPL Pro this season, but they've certainly made a very big name for themselves here. As like we said, they've shot right to the top of the table and honestly haven't really looked to have too much trouble so far.
Not at all, yeah. They were able to really prove us that they are a force to be reckoned with. They are able to make some really excellent plays, and this is where they should be able to make that yet another step. But let's take a look at also their opponents. There's going to be Bizarre and the players that could potentially shut down that flawless streak.
Yeah, and a bit of a contrast here. These names have been around since last season. Ghoul, AFX, Twent, BB, and President. They just roll off the back of my tongue right now. These guys have had a pretty spectacular season so far, although snagging that one draw was pretty rough, I believe, for them in terms of the points, because now they are unfortunately out of reach of Exto Gaming this week. However, the start of it begins here with 2-0ing Exto. That will really even things up a little more. So let's take a look at where that 2-0 could happen, Cthulhu, or if it's going to be a 1-all. First up, we're going to be going to Villa, and then we're going to be going back to Oregon.
Yeah, back to Oregon, indeed. 2 Oregons is quite a treat as well for us, because usually we do end up seeing a double Villa or maybe double Clubhouse. This time it is, 2 Oregons definitely should be a really exciting matchup. And even Villa, I gotta say, for this time, I'm actually quite excited to see how they will play it out, because both of the teams have quite noteworthy performances on Villa.
Yeah, and that's the other thing as well, is that this match is going to be super close. In terms of power ranking of the teams, they should, in theory, be quite close together. In terms of success, obviously one team a little bit further ahead on the leaderboard, but they've been facing arguably easier teams so far. Their strength of schedule has been pretty good. So for Bizarre, though, they've had some harder matches, arguably. So now this is where we really just get to say who's going to be better. Is it going to be Bizarre looking stronger than Exto and then expected to take the leaderboard spot? Or is Exto going to come in and prove the haters wrong and say, hey, look, we actually deserve to be here at the top of the leaderboard?
Yeah, this is probably the biggest challenge so far throughout the whole season for Exto. And yeah, honestly, I reckon we might be seeing a draw between these two teams. This is where Bizarre will at the very least be able to take a map off Exo and kind of stop their flawless streak there. Not for long though. But yeah, for Bizarre, I mean, looking at their previous performance, it was actually a 7-5 win, so all 12 rounds against FEROX out of all of the teams. So quite a noteworthy performance for them. Whereas for Exto, their last performance, I mean, it was against Blessed Esports, and so far Blessed is sitting right kind of at the bottom of the leaderboard. So not as noteworthy, but still quite some of the a fair bit of the VOD material. There we go. Sorry, it took me a while to get that out of me.
Yeah, don't worry. We got there in the end. So it's all good.
Yeah.
But here we go. I mean, are we going to get it? Nah, it's not going to happen. No Monty here to open things out. I thought we were going to have a cool team here, Bizarre, but I guess winning's cool as well. It's going to be Gridlock instead, so they're definitely worried a little bit for the roams coming out. Definitely don't want to deal with that. Those track stingers just make it impossible to sneak up on anyone without making a bunch of noise. Or, well, I guess, what do? They snap on your leg a little bit, but then you don't pull them off, so I guess they just do damage.
Yeah, they do take damage whilst you're trying to walk on it, and that is quite a hefty one as well. That is 10 HP per step. So if you're gonna try to walk through it, that one. Yeah, there's gonna be a million of those, and you don't really make too wide of the steps as well. So you're gonna take quite a fair bit of damage trying to just force yourself through that. And by the time you'll get into the gunfight, well, that's about as GG as it gets, really.
Yeah, just make the noise. It's worth it. Just make a whole lot of noise, bashing them apart, so you don't have to take 10 damage per shot. But of course, it's a little hard to do when you're trying to roam around. We'll see if that's going to be the case here. It looks like it's going to be well over here. Maybe Geordie going to be a little bit on the roam here, unless he's going to head on back to the site pretty soon. But yeah, the rest of Exo, they're all huddled up like a little family there over on this site. But yeah, Geordie, is he linking back? He's still hanging around downstairs.
Yeah, Geordie on the roam should get himself a solid positioning. As the Legion player, I mean, this should be a fairly prompt one for him to be able to just play around some of the goo mines, maybe fall back quite promptly. But it seems that the most of the Exto roster are actually just going to be sitting fairly calmly on site.
Yeah, they're all pretty much just waiting for Bizarre on site. So Bizarre should have plenty of time to drone in, set up. You can already see they're droning out the site pretty hard right now. As Ghoul's doing it, BB's now free to clear, move up to the hallway, see if you can get any peeking done, if there's even going to be a threat at all. But of course, you just want to get rid of that super annoying ADS. Can't even shoot it through the piano. So annoying. But yeah, Exo aren't really challenging this too much at the moment. But Sawyer, though, could be the first if he's just so close on the other side of the wall here. But yeah, they're not going to look for anything here. It looks like it's going to be a 5v5 near the end, Cthulhu. This could get very bloody and very messy.
Lights out.
Yeah, things might be looking quite messy, especially as time gets lower. Geordie on that flank. Oh, mommy. That could be quite a huge one as well. And he has 3 of the goo mines as well to play around. So maybe the moment he will try to go for a hit and run tactic, the moment he will try to fall back, those goo mines will come into use as more bridging is actually being done. BZR are completely clueless about the fact that there's going to be a flank. Quick trade out between the two players, and Well, Exto still looking like they're in full lockdown of the site, even with the opening into the vault.
All right, well, here we go. It's the Geordie roam. This has got to be quite valuable here. It's in the final 30 seconds as well, so this should put on a lot of pressure. Oh, it just could not get any better. He finds 2 free kills. I mean, is there really much more you could ask for there? I guess more free kills, but still a great pickup by Exto. Final 20 seconds here, Cthulhu. So Ghoul has to make a pretty big peek here into the site. Oh no, he just gets him with his back turned. Edban unfortunately falls. It actually keeps going. BB found his own kill too. Now they might actually pull it out here. 7 seconds, so it's got to be tight. It's got to be quick. They pick up the defuser, so maybe they can even get a plant here, but it's just Ghoul. He's got to find a way to get it done, and well, too much pressure. Exto find a way to kill him.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to say that Geordie's flank there pretty much sealed the deal for the round, at least in my opinion. That flank pretty much collapsed all of the momentum that could be there for Bazaar, and well, the rest of it was just essentially the job for Exto to clean up. It was a little bit sloppy, you gotta say, because turning from 4 versus 2 into a 2 versus 2 is yeah, a bit of a sloppy job, but at the end of the day, they managed to get the win. That's all that matters here.
Yeah, definitely a little thing to worry about there near the end. But yeah, the roam, definitely the big part of that round, the big story. So I imagine Bazaar Gaming are not going to be caught out by it so easily again. They brought along the gridlock for a reason. I think AFX ended up getting taken down before he could throw out the track stingers, or at least throw out the ones set up for the roam at the end. But I mean, just all things considered, it was just a really good roam by Exto, timed perfectly, catching them off guard. There's really not much else to say there at the end, except maybe Exto got a little shaky when the timer got close to 0, but they have a chance of shaking it up, or, you know, fix that a little bit now. But here we go. This time it's going to be Edpan hanging out downstairs. And, well, difference is he's got a heartbeat sensor to find out where his opponents are.
Yeah, pulse plays from below are usually really potent, especially for the defense of the side that is dining. Here, with him having the ability to use the C4, it is going to be just a huge utility play there if he's able to get the frags. But it seems that so far Bazaar might be going out for a hunt, at least the moment they're gonna realize that there's going to be some room. For now, it's a bit of a standard procedure for them. Take control of the study room, and maybe AVG as well, and have it as their foothold for any further pushes, and just pray essentially to all the RNG and all the luck gods that they won't be killed by the C4s, because right now Geordie and Edpan were actually just about downstairs and could have actually gone for a double C4, but instead it's going to be Geordie to try to use his guns rather than the explosives to get the frags.
Yeah, and sometimes guns work out pretty well. Edpan, though, he's still going to be tracking around. I imagine that C4 is going to be very tempting to pull out. Geordie, we've got to watch his peak as well. He actually just changes the angle, but will get ripped down for it. So they've taken Geordie out now, haven't paid anything for it. The C4 goes off by Edpan, but also to no avail. He does take up half of Ghoul's health, which is, I guess, nice, but certainly not enough for the price of a C4.
Yeah, C4 sure could, well, would have been, in the perfect scenario, could have taken a life, but at the very least, Twent got down, and no C4, a little bit of a mistimed pre-fire there by Edpan. Won't be claiming the life of the not the thermite, Thatcher player. There we go. We got there at the end.
Oh, come on,
Edpan is still hunting.
The dude has like two broken legs. His heart's barely working. He's bleeding out. And you still can't track him. Oh no! All right. Well, he gets him in the end. There. It took a few clips. It was a little entertaining for us, but at the end of the day, it does just kind of secure something they already had. BB and Ghoul though are quite low. Is a bit of an issue here for Bazaar. But it basically just means they've got to get these peaks basically perfectly, especially Ghoul, who's looking for one right now. Does still have a little bit of utility in the tank at the moment, but from above, they have the position too. Is this the peak that we're looking for? No, the health is not high enough at all, and Shoots just gets it done before Ghoul can even really think.
Yeah, Ghoul didn't really have a whole lot of chances there. Oh, Sawyer, even whilst being flashed, wasn't able to really... Sorry, was able to hide away, and well, after all the crossfires being made, it's down to a 1v2 as President is making quite an effort to really make a move, but Exto are just one step ahead, it seems, and just not really even planning to back out from this one. Yet another round to gain for themselves, so a 2-round streak for themselves already, and fairly even spread. I mean, three of the players on 2 kills, 1 on 1 kill, and 1 on 3 kills. So it definitely shows that the whole team is making an effort to really make the plays here.
Yeah, it's just different parts of the success really working out, right? And Bizarre just sort of getting caught in certain places where it's just super tricky. They can't get anything back, so there's no trades. They're just sort of losing people. So yeah, props to Exto for just capitalizing on that, making sure that any mistakes do go punished. Their roams, while not really finding exactly what they wanted, at least in that round, it seems like it didn't really matter because, like you said, the rest of the team is there to back them up where things aren't quite working out. So yeah, Exto, really nice opening so far. 2 wins already, still looking fantastically good. Waiting for Bizarre to really get in there and get some solid control and positioning, because they're either getting caught out by roams or just don't have anywhere to really approach the site from.
Yeah, Bizarre kind of... they seem to be stumbling around, kind of trying maybe to feel out maybe the overall pace that Exto are planning to bring in. Maybe they just are trying to force their own gameplay here and their own pace, but it's seeming to not really work out. A fair few times the teams would occasionally just try to kind of force their own lineup of the operators, their own playstyle, and rather try to go for that, but will get shut down. So maybe persistency could be the issue here for Bizarre, but only after 2 rounds, it's a little bit hard to really judge them, at least for the time being.
Poor Geordie. He's going to find nothing out here if he runs out. Really just give away free intel, but yeah, as we can see, 4 members of Bizarre here. The 5th is just on the other side, very, very far away from Geordie, so Ghoul actually has already taken a little bit of damage, but again, like not the end of the world, just kind of annoying. Oh, but the peak doesn't find him straight away, but it looks like Shoots was so caught by surprise, and so was Edpen. They just immediately demolished, and this should be a really quick side push. Triple kill by Twent, why not? He would have got the ace, but AFX stole it away from him. But what? Wow.
I mean, doing it also with a pistol, that is quite a way to flex it by Bizarre, as that was just, wow, just a flurry of kills and a flurry of plays by Twent. Honestly, just well done, yeah. Can't really say much about that. Yeah,
I mean, look, good opening kill, good opening double kill, good opening triple. It just sort of kept going, and I mean, he got people out completely off guard, so there's not really anything else to say about it. So I mean, pretty easy swing there for Bizarre. Pretty big ask to say, can you do it again? But who knows, maybe they can find a way to make it happen. Maybe Twent can pop off again. But yeah, Exto, I imagine they're going to be pretty salty about that round. I don't think anyone's going to be happy about it, so I imagine they're just not going to let it happen again. They're just going to make sure that any of those peaks are not going to happen. No one's going to be looking the wrong way when someone pushes. And yeah, they should be looking to hold it a little bit stronger than that one, because that round sure was something else, Cthulhu.
Yeah, something else would probably be almost even an understatement in this case, because yeah, that for EXO, that should not have been allowed, really, and they shouldn't have allowed Twent to really go for that 4K, because yeah, that was an easy opening for him, gotta say. But for now, round 4, maybe we will be seeing a recovery from EXO, or maybe Bizarre will be starting their own kind of big comeback and big role there against currently the team that is having a flawless run in the league. So just about the same lineups of the operators. Neither of the teams are really planning to really make any changes or choices to switch things around. So yeah, it's just going to be who can outgun each other better.
Okay, and Bizarre is going to swap things up pretty hard here. Just rotate completely around from where they were looking to enter. Just did not want to deal with the same kind of defense hanging out by Exto as well. So here we go. They've got a pretty free entry in here, but of course Exto should have been hearing what's going on. They've also got Mitchie just looking down the hall for that exact point of entry. Could be tricky, but it looks like AFX can just swing by as well. And, well, can they get anyone else in through as well? It looks like Twin will actually just take out Mitchie instead, and he would just jump off the balcony, but yeah, falls down the stairs. Is down but not out. They should be able to easily get him back up. Jumping down there basically ensures that. So nice play by him at the last second to stay alive, but not a whole lot of health to work with.
Yeah, but at the very least, that's still a gun to play with. There's still some utility left in Twint as well. And at the very worst, he could still get the Claymore down, get some droning going for the team. So there's still plenty of ways for him to make a change here for Bizarre's roster. Meanwhile, for Exto, I mean, losing out Mitchie fairly early on is not the best case scenario, but still is very much workable. Shoots is still there, Soy is there. All the main fragging ops are still fairly alive and well, and I do believe that Edpan still has a C4 on him. So still a fair bit of toys to really play around here.
Yeah, well, we're starting to run out of time here, but Sawyer's found AFX. That's going to be extra painful for Bizarre because, like I was saying, they're running out of time at the moment. Still 50 seconds, so they maybe can get a little bit of droning, but their position isn't exactly amazing. BB is basically going to be hanging out outside the whole time. Twain also still has to find his way in as well with, like I said, not a whole lot of health either. This is going to be a pretty rough push for them to make because, of course, all four members of EXO, nice and full health. Not too sure how many Goyo shields they've managed to get through. I think they've got through all of them, so at least that time waster is gone. But here we go. The push has begun. Jordy got the one kill for EXO, but it's all looking like Bizarre at the moment as it continues. Bizarre, cool, trying to find this one over the counter. Keeps ducking up and down, but still hasn't found it. But Edpan, well, he's found his own kill. Now the plant's about to go down. The 2v2 begins, and Ghoul grabs one kill, grabs two. The plant doesn't need to finish for them to win the round.
Ghoul just doesn't miss those shots in any shape or form. He just goes in for the flicks. He's ready. He's cracked up. He got those gamer subs kicking in at just the right moment, and it's just, yeah, he's at that peak gamer form here for himself and for his team, and ready to score some of those plays because those were just absolutely nuts. Just going off the hook there, deciding, well, if my teammate is just going to go for the plant, I'm just going to go and, well, get the frags. Exactly what he does, and, well, that's what is going to be guaranteeing the win in the round to draw out on a 2 apiece.
Yeah, and now that they're actually looking warmed up, this is actually appearing like a pretty strong Bizarre Gaming looking team. This is going to be pretty hard for Exto to beat. Bizarre on a roll right now. Both of the rounds so far have been pretty solidly in their favor. More so round 3 than round 4. But yeah, it's been 2 rounds in a row right now. Bizarre are looking incredibly strong. Their players individually, mechanically are, like you said, they're hitting shots. Ghouls have been turned on right now. And so for Exto to fight against this, it's going to be, again, pretty hard. But they've had some pretty solid defenses so far. Their operator lineup is great for it. Their roams have been pretty good all over the place. So there's a lot that Exto can work with here to kind of combat what Bizarre are turning into right now. But let's see if they can stop this train, because Bizarre are really starting to pump up the brakes, unpump up the brakes, put their foot down on the accelerator. We'll go with that.
Yeah, they're starting to pump up the numbers as well. But just as Jordy, he's going to start to try to push up his numbers as well, but to no avail. Only one person spawned there, and even President will just pace himself really well to avoid that spawn peak. Meanwhile, Bizarre already making the entrance. They're already taking control of the study room, and there's going to be nobody to really stop them from doing that. So for now, AFX is going to be the main aggressor. Instead of using a G8, we'll be running with a 5.52 Commando, the trusty weapon that has proven itself through the times, through many seasons as well of competitive Siege. So here it could be the big gun, the big toy really for AFX to really play around with. But Bizarre, yeah, they managed to revitalize themselves after the first 2 rounds being completely shut down by Exto, and this time it's seeming that this is going to be potentially the roster that could bring in the downfall of Exto's streak.
Yeah, well, you say that, but we're still sitting at 5v5 at the moment. Bizarre have got some pretty solid positioning, though, as they've moved through, like, 80% of the floor above. So they've already made it very far ahead. They've got half the round to go. They can start breaking some floor, start seeing if they can find some shots from above. They've also got AFX on IQ, so all the electronics through that soft floor are going to be found pretty easily as well. So this is, all things considered, looking pretty solid right now for Bizarre, all things going to plan. They maybe want to have drained a little more utility or got a free kill by now, but other than that, I mean, everything else is going well.
Sure is. All the breaching is being done here as well. AFX is just about to have just the prime time for the fragging, opening up oh so many angles right onto the kitchen as well as dining. Things are going to be quite pressured here for Exto to really try to defend this, but hey, yeah, like you said, still 5-on-5, so everything could really happen here. A little bit of a maybe of a mistimed peek, because I thought that I saw a silhouette really up close and personal, but in the art room there's going to be about to be a pick. Mitchie so close, but will be able to actually spot Twent, who was completely unaware of Mute's position, and that is a solid initial beginning for the positional advantage. Does spot another one, but this time it's Ash. The R4C is just pardon me, R4C is so powerful that it's making me choke, and at this time it's a full-on push by Bizarre this time into dining.
Oh man, I thought AFX saw him, but he didn't go back to go for the shoot. But there he goes, he gets a little punished for it. Sawyer and Edpan all picking up a kill of their own, and everyone's just dropping right now. Ghoul, who's outside, is the lone one to survive at the moment, and that diffuser is sitting just, well, almost sadly right on top of where it needs to be. But Shoots will get back up here at the moment. Ghoul, I mean, let's see what you can do. The Shoots, not a whole lot of health. Sawyer, almost as little. The plot has, of course, gone down, which is already a whole lot of fun here. Starting to be contested a little bit right now, but Ghoul, yeah, there it goes. He couldn't find all 3 of them. He's going to lie down on the ground. Sawyer's going to go out to clean up the triple kill there with the knife. Really calling it quite tight. Is he not going to get it?
He's not going to make it. His decision to knife the player actually cost him the round there. Oh, no.
I mean, that's just something you don't expect to happen from pro players. I mean, I honestly thought he had enough time, just because who would not do that?
Oh no, Exto, you have to win these, as that is a humiliating loss there. Yeah, and just the moment you try to go in to confirm the kill that's the maybe the ego kind of coming through there, but because that should have been the round for Exto through and through. They were able to overpower Ghoul, but yeah, that was just that is unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, after they worked so hard to get to that position as well, they had the 3v1. It looked like all things were looking up. They even got the res. They brought their 3rd member back up. Oh man, I mean, can't dwell on it too much. It's just one of those mistakes you make in the heat of the moment. Pretty rough though to lose a whole round for it, so we won't dwell on it too long. We'll move on here. Final round of the half here for Exo to get one more round here picked up on defense. And yeah, it's still not changing anything really at all. Goyo's coming back out again for Edpan. He's played that a little interestingly, a little bit anchor, a little bit roamy, so he's got a little bit of both playstyles kind of under his belt at the moment, but we'll see what he pulls out for this round.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Goyo is one of those few operators that you can really play in a very flexible manner. You can make him be the anchor, you can make him be the roamer. The fact that he's 2-speed and has the vector, or the ACOG TCSG, makes him a fantastic player that can be suited for pretty much any role that you want him to be on. So here, yeah, this is it is going to be quite an interesting attempt to really see how it will rather be played out here. But Time will show
A bomb has been
how
located.
will it work out, because for now it's Bizarre that is going to try to continue their streak, try to score that 4-2 scoreline themselves whilst being on the attack. And
Attackers have located
and after that, after the loss in the previous round, that is a tilter.
Yeah, well, EXO are not going to let it happen again. They've already found AFX, no more IQ, which is going to be quite a lot of value now lost for Bizarre to try and scout out any electronics. It's not like losing a hard breach, but it still stings quite a lot. Jordy, oh no, the peak did not work out at all. Twent will shut it down right now. Now we're back to even things up here. They've lost the mute, so not a big deal here. He's already got all the jammers down, but yeah, pretty rough. Losing Twent though, that one's rough. Now no sledge. So again, they still have all their breach for sure, but a lot of power now lost. At least they've got Ash, Sophia, still definitely operators that can get those frags.
Oh yeah, most definitely. There's still plenty of ways to really go about it. President on the Hibana with the Type 89 should still be able to deal quite a nutty amount of damage. So there's still ways to really get some of the plays, and Ghoul exactly will be proving that. Evening things out into a 3v3, that is a solid beginning, but right now the main point of contention here is going to be that President against Shoots, who was just pressed up right around that corner, but Ghoul is doing all the work here to try to force the Goyo off his position. Ghoul taking so much damage as well for all of his troubles here. Things are not looking all good, as BB is the last man that is on full health, and that is for him not looking quite pretty.
Yeah, but I mean, look at the health bars of Exto. They're not really looking that great either. Shoot's pretty much dead. Edpan, the only one that's got full HP, and he's been forced off all of his Goyo shields. But this might be the push here, Cthulhu. Resident just peeking all the corners that he can. Needs to get BB up nearby him. It looks like they've reignited the whole squad, but they've lost Ghoul in the process. They have to spend valuable time trying to bring him back up, if they even can safely, and it looks like they're not going to be able to. President and Edpan traded out. They did get Ghoul back up. BB and him against the world right now. Defuser in no man's land. Oh, BB with the godlike peak there, getting it without taking any damage at all. Now going for the plant. Shoots has to come out and stop this. It's not the bait. It's not stopping, but they stop him in his tracks and pick up another round here. Bizarre. That one looked a lot cleaner.
Yeah, that was a fairly clean finisher to the round. BB really making the effort to push for the team. Same goes for Ghoul as well. Massive props to the man, as that was some big brain plays. But yeah, apart from that, there's really not much to be said. Nicely done and massive job so far made by Bizarre. I mean, 4 rounds in a row to really push themselves out there into the lead. That's a huge one. And meanwhile, on the Exto side, we're seeing 3 very unconventional little picks: the Lion, the Monty, and the Finker.
Yeah, so I'm real interested to see where they're going with this. I mean, Monty, as we all know, pretty good at just walking in front of dangerous places, checking it out, kind of like a drone that you can't shoot. Finker, though, just going to bring some raw firepower to the fight, buffing them up for it. And then, of course, the Lion. I mean, the EE1D going to be nice, I guess. It's kind of like having Dokkaebi. You can go for those peaks a little bit easier, but yeah, I mean, very unconventional. They've clearly got something in mind here. The Monty probably brings the most questions to mind. What are they going to do with it? Where are they going to bring it in? There's only one way to really find out, Cthulhu, here, to find out. But, I mean, you look over at Bizarre Gaming, they've got some tools to deal with this. Fun little fact here, if you get boosted up by Finker, you take double the damage in a smoke gas grenade.
Correct, yes. The gas grenades are definitely going to be the big counter here to the Finker pushes. But with Finker as well, there's quite a plethora of the buffs that are being given as well, with some of the with the ability to walk through the barbed wire. You get plus 25 HP as well, a quicker ADS, and many more. But Edpan won't get to really feel that in any shape or form.
Yeah, and the reinforced walls won't get to feel the hard breach either, as Savannah off the table. So now Exto already a little bit hamstrung coming into it. They've got a first force out president who's probably got a pile of magnets in that room with him. Shoots at least can move in and see it pretty easily and call out for Mitchie to move in, but we're going to see a lot of time for Wamai to be able to move out of there. President should be able to fall back pretty easily at a moment's notice.
Attackers have located.
Yeah, President's position right now is feeling quite nice. Yeah, those magnets are definitely going to be the big factor to whether it's going to allow the attack to really push in or not. I am curious how will the emphasis on the Lion scans are going to come out, because usually Lion is the most powerful when you know exactly where some of the defenders are and you pop in the E1D to stop them from moving, really. And oh, Jordy will be able to nail quite a fair bit of damage onto Ghoul, but oh man, Ghoul is still able to run away nearly scot-free, but with quite heavy punishment on his HP.
And they threw out the E1D at the same time as well, so that's now gone. They didn't find the kill onto Ghoul, which would have been quite nice. There is a C4 parked above the door, by the way, so any Monties walking through the door should keep that in mind. There it goes, though. They're now starting to make things happen. Jordy's already found one kill onto Ghoul, so finally they get the vengeance for that one. Again, the E1D was used, so one more left in the pocket right now to make these pushes and make these peaks, but they're already holding down the angle right now. Remember that C4. Twent can still pop it at any moment right now while keeping his eyes on the floor above. BB has found Jordy, though, and finally that thinker has been taken out of here. The gas grenades are now going to start popping out because we are in that 30-second timer right now, and it's all on Exo to make this push happen. They're going in and they're already finding two. Mitchie on fire right now on the Sophia, and so what can they find as well? One more gas grenade to go, so there could be a bit of plant denial here, a little bit of peeking. Here's the plant denial going out right now. Can they find a place to actually start planting it, though? It looks like Shoots did, but AFX now starting to rush in, but he'd already lost his teammate, and Exto, well, somehow they managed to make that one work.
Yeah, Exto finally managing to get that recovery after a humiliating 4-round streak. Did manage to finally crack that code, managed to finally get their mojo back together, maybe for a single round, or maybe this is also going to be the big comeback for them, as things might be looking quite sweet for them here, but they're still at a round disadvantage. So for Bazaar, they still have a little bit of that buffer for mistakes, I suppose. But even so, for Bazaar, they would want to clear it out as quickly as possible.
Okay, I mean, Exo trying to bait it out again, saying, oh, this time we're doing Lion Dokubi, but no, Monty is still back on the table, so the same plan is going to be coming out once more, and of course, it didn't work out for them last time, so maybe they can find a way to get it to do it just once more again. They just move in for these fights and peek out with the kind of support that Shoots gives on that Monty. They can use them kind of like a mirror to help see around corners, but it's all that information that he gets as he walks forward. And then, of course, you've got everyone else. E1D keeping defenders in place, and then Lion just able to boost everyone to make sure that they will win these fights with the added benefits.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, Lion's scan is a huge one. Jordy's finger boost, I mean, it's a good buff and occasionally would save you from some of the gunfights, but further down the line, when a fair few of your players are tagged up, it usually wouldn't make a whole bunch of difference. Plus, the fact that in competitive Siege, a whole lot of times you would see quite a large amount of headshots. Finger boosts really on the HP don't really help a whole lot. So maybe it's rather just a decision to maybe bring in the finger for the weaponry, for the frag grenades, and kind of the boost is rather one of those just kind of nice bonuses.
Yeah, well, it was enough to win last time, so again, we're going to go in. It looks like it's a little bit of a slower entry this time for Exto. They're working a little harder to drone it out. Bazaar already well in position here, just kind of waiting for Exto to come in. They're not really looking too hard for any kind of crazy roams, I believe. unless we've got Twint kind of running around. But no, of course, he's on site as well. So, yeah, it's just going to be pretty much all of Bazaar hanging around, anchoring down, waiting for EXO to come in. And as we've seen, EXO taking a little while to get this progress done. So this is kind of time that, well, maybe they could have had on the push later on. We'll see if it does come to bite them, though. The first EE1D is gone, and nothing comes out of it.
Yeah, sometimes the E1D could be popped just to get some general information as to where one or two of the players are. So that's one way of gaining the information, but usually the mute jammers or the Vigil's ERC7 is a good way to really counter that. For now, a few shots are being exchanged back and forth as Ghoul is about to get pressured up by the Monty as well as Edpan, and successfully Edpan will be able to pick up that frag onto the Maya player. So for now, just going to be an attempt to really make the play. Smoke grenade should force shoots off his position as that Think Above does come through, so there's going to be extra damage, but President will be able to use that double-edged sword. That is the Hibana Breach, and that is Edpan gone and out. 4 versus 4 now in a matter of the 50 seconds remaining. Make it 4v3. AFX fantastic swing as well, and now this is all coming apart here for EXTO. Their push is just being completely denied, and more so now with the Goyo playing vertically as well.
Yeah, so now just Shoots and Geordie trying to see what they can find here. Maybe President at the end here will clean it all up, and it looks like that's likely going to be the case. But no, hang on. Geordie certainly has something to say about it. Does not want to go down so easily. 20 seconds to find the job, to find the goal. The boost is out. He's basically just got to rush in and find a way to make it work, but find the peaks. Fortunately, well, too many people around for it to happen.
Yeah. Bizarre do manage to keep their advantage here. Round 9 to come through, and that is a 5-3 scoreline. Certainly looking closer and closer as the scoreline is getting more and more favorable for Bizarre Gaming, as they're just about to potentially dethrone EXTO's flawless streak here. But nonetheless, that's still an achievement and a half within LPL Pro. So one way or another, still a big props to EXTO Gaming. But we're not over yet, not even with the first map. So there's still plenty of ways to really play it out. And for trophy defense, we are going to be seeing a Frost pick on the 6th pick.
Yeah, and Frost is not one that you see pop up all that often. It's, I mean, to be honest, pretty easy to spot out a lot of the common trap spots and just the traps in general. You can be a little creative with it in some of your spots, but it's not like, you know, a Vault Cam that you can tuck under a desk or something like that. These traps are pretty big. The frost mats take up a lot of space, so you have to be pretty creative with it in terms of putting the windows down. Surprise factor also going to be a thing as well. I mean, look at that, 2 of them just sitting on the window there. So always keen, like, you know, sometimes in the heat of the moment you do just forget, you don't check, and you walk into it. That could be maybe what Bizarre kind of looking for with the frost pick, because yeah, it certainly sends up some questions.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, for Bizarre, some of their plays are quite questionable, but I definitely like some of the kind of off-meta plays. The Frost choice is certainly one of them, and if she works, she can turn quite a few gunfights in her favor, because as a reminder for the people, if anyone steps into that frost mat, that's pretty much already in the down but not out state. So minus a gun already, and even if the person that stepped into it gets picked back up, that's already on 20 HP, so only 1 bullet worth of damage that needs to be dealt before the death. So still a really powerful utility, but like you said, very big and very noticeable. So unless you are a rusher, you should be able to spot that trap fairly quickly.
Yeah, maybe something to do with combining it with the castle barricades, forcing them onto it, but nonetheless, no one's stepped on a frost mat just yet, so no one's going to be falling over for now. Once more, it's EXTO taking a little bit of time to get through most of these rooms here, still in the droning phase, still just getting all the intel. Ghoul could be caught out here, unless he can make it all the way back up all the stairs. And well, it looks like he will, but he's been droned pretty hard here. He does get the drone at the end, but he is running for his life, and that EE1D is going to be pinging him off as soon as he moves it right now. And so they know what's going on here. Exto know they're probably fine to move forward and continue making progress. And Mitchie even finds Ghoul during all of this.
Yeah, that's a solid pickup here, albeit that Ghoul with the UMP is going to be still not as much of a pickup, probably in terms of utility, but still nonetheless, that's one gun off board. And Bizarre going to be trying to hold off the onslaught. A few of the X-Kairos pellets will be denied here as President is about to get pressured really up close and personal. Tries to jump out, but Shoots is there with a better gun there. Will be able to nail him down. 3 players remaining as, Twent decides to make a run for it the moment his position gets pressured. And right now, he will be finding himself in a much more favorable position, but still, AFX, nice shot there onto Sawyer, 3v4, 40 seconds remaining as it's all just seeming to be still workable for Bizarre.
Oh, wow, it continues to be workable, actually. Twent with that kill has really helped out a whole lot. BB now, AFX now can start popping off those gas grenades. He's mostly done his job. He's bought a whole lot of time. He's got one more in the pocket to keep it going. Finding that kill as well is just the icing on the cupcake as Edpan and Shoots are about to make their last push in here. The last gas grenade about to time out, but this should all be very predictable. AFX, who's got his target right on where they're going to come in, picks up 1 kill. They've probably got a pretty good idea of where the remainder one is at the moment, and there it is. The plant very much likely not going to happen either as well. So, yeah, Bizarre, very solid win here.
Match point as well, I believe, for Bizarre here. Sure is, yeah. And this is a very impressive performance for them, given that, this is their map pick, so nothing too unexpected here per se, but still, against the currently top 1 team, Bizarre is certainly handling themselves very well here. Dining is going to be the potential final site to be defended, as Twent will be making a switch over from Mute to Elysian, and that is one of the ways to really make a response against the Monty plays, because so far Monty has been one of the pinnacle of the, not the pinnacle, but rather one of the more annoying parts of the push from Exto.
Yeah, you could see they were trying to deal with it with C4 before, but it's a little too unreliable. You sort of have to hope Shoots walks into the right spot. So just get rid of all of that, just chuck a goo mine at him and sort of make it explode all over him. You guys know the rest of the story, so I do like the adaptation, like you mentioned. Also being on match point, it looks like they're not really too worried about doing any funny business. They just want to get in here, win it out right now, skip overtime. Don't let EXO have any hope of coming back into it. Just keep things the same. It's been working so far. The operator lineup's been good. Just throw in that Legion to deal with Monty, and it should look pretty good.
It sure is. Well, the test for that will certainly be coming around fairly soon. For now, just have to wait until that's gonna come to fruition later on. Twent actually gonna be having a very nice angle to be set up, whilst Shoots is gonna be trying to deal with some of the rather longer angles that is President trying to set up. And Extra are actually going to be finally attempting to apply pressure from below as well, so that is going to be a pretty good idea there themselves to really start getting some multiple angles pressure onto Bizarre's roster.
Located by attackers.
Yeah, I mean, they found themselves downstairs pretty easily. Shoots, meanwhile, as well, is going to be picking up all the intel on where the defenders are as much as he can, keeping their attention as well, which is also quite important. While you're watching Monty, you can't be on anything like cameras or anything, so it's just constantly keeping an eye on him right now, which is exactly what what Exto keen to have happen. But half the round now going by, and it is Exto, like you said, going through the basement quite a lot here. While Shoots definitely wants to make sure he's facing the right way there. But yeah, Twent, he just has to keep his eyes on here right now. Can't really let his attention slip. So we'll try to make something happen here. E1D now popping off. Twent knows he's got to run here and just get pinged out anyway. And so it does force him back just a little bit.
Yeah, sure will. Albeit that he is able to drain quite out some time with maybe a few sound cues here, and maybe with a few goo mines as well. So here, the Monty will be forced to fall back. I believe the French operator had to fall back to start pulling out the needle. So at the very least, that is already some denial there. Soya, meanwhile, does manage to pick up a shot onto Twent with a little bit of a bait from Monty. That's already a solid beginning here for Exto, but they need to find 4 more kills in a matter of 50 seconds. It is about 10 or 15 seconds on average per player, but right now with E1D that was popped, won't be really coming to fruition there. Jordy finding a shot as well as Edpan as well. BB on the response, 2v4 situation, 34 seconds remaining as the President is making some effort there as well to slow down the push, and the bleed of the players as well. Shoots very low, Sawyer tagged up a little bit, Jordy on full health. Right now, the plant needs to go down, and Jordy sure will be trying to do that, where BB will be trying to bait in with potential rotation. But no, the plant will be down quite successfully.
Yeah, President, I mean, he's just trying to pre-fire on many corners right now. That big shield just constantly distracting him. Knows he needs to get to the site pretty soon, but wants the frags instead. That's exactly the way to win as well. A good peek, nails the kill onto Sawyer without losing any health. And now it's just Shoots and Jordy right now, holding the site down. 20 seconds is all they need. Shoots is on almost no health as well, but now it's just BB. He's got to find Jordy. Jordy's the threat, and Jordy shows why and wins round 10, keeping Exto alive.
Yeah, the dream is going to be kept alive once again. EXG do not want to back out from this without putting up a fight. We're going into round 11 with 6-4 scoreline, and oh man, this is getting closer and closer. I mean, last time, like I said, Bazaar were able to win Villa, but only by the skin of their teeth. It was a 7-5 against FEROX. So here, I would be expecting just about a similar scoreline. But yeah, Bazaar so far have been proving that they are a very able team. They are a team that can very much snowball the scoreline into their favor. And well, potentially here, this is where they are going to be getting their ultimate test as well, with the AVG hold to potentially be the final round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
It's still sitting here on match point for Bazaar. Still a very strong position, and they are adapting a little bit. They've thrown in Ella now for Twent. Gonna get some of those Griswold mines out. Maybe perhaps expecting something like, something similar to the Monty strategy, because of now we see Shoots into Thatcher. So again, it just kind of changes things up quite a lot here. Kind of trying to work out what their comp's trying to do here. There's just so much fragging power and so much power against stopping peaks. But now you've got Thatcher in here to make breaches easier, and also deal with all these traps that are just super annoying.
5 seconds left.
You can stop worrying about grenades.
Yeah, Thatcher here could turn around quite a few utility engagements into the favor of Exo, seeing as there's going to be the yellow mines, the smoke grenades, the magnets, as well as the ADSs, and the Maestro cameras. Pretty much Thatcher should be able to counter all 5 of the Bazaar players, but curious as to how will he rather be utilized here for the team, as Exo are still going to stick around with having Lion on. It seems that having him on board is certainly allowing to face some of the rather more difficult gunfights and having some more information, but for now we are just going to be seeing a bit of a setup from Exto. They're just going to be waiting for the initial aggression that Bazaar were able to provide us early on. But Jordy has actually already crash walked right onto the side. There's the sprint in. There's already the element of surprise, and he's already able to deal quite some damage. But thankfully for Bazaar, they will be able to trade him out pretty quickly. But still, that is quite some damage done. That is Twent off the board as well. And that is the Ella, the high rate of fire Scorpion, gone and out. And I believe there was still some of the Griswold mines that were in his pocket.
Yeah, I mean, that is very scary as well. Jordy almost making the round, just suddenly very much won for Exto, but it is shut down. But yeah, losing Ella, especially with the Griswold mines in the pocket, going to be pretty devastating. But they still have a good amount to work with. I mean, they've still got smoke to buy the time, bring it down. There's a little less fragging power, which is really EXO's big strength here. So every gun you take off the table is a huge advantage here for your team right now to hold it down on defense. So now we get to pull them in. Can EXO make their way in? They've got to pop the E1D again. They've only got one left here before they start pushing onto the side. No defenders have been spotted with it for now, keeping them in place. But now just the final breaches. I imagine a little bit more droning to get at the final.
Yeah, EXTO right now about to go for the final push. There's the E1D also coming out. EXTO already using, I believe that is the second one, if not the third. And Bizarre staying frosty on their toes, really. They're just waiting for the right moment to really go in for the push. So much information is actually being gathered by the Maestro camera that is in the hallway, and the Zephyr is still yet to destroy that. Bizarre waiting for the right moment to really just go in for the pushes, albeit that they still continuously applying pressure, and that pressure will be settling just right in. But there's also the pre-fire by Shoots. He's able to grant himself a double kill after walking right onto the side, and now it's all up to AFX, just BB. In a 1v3 situation, he needs to deny the plant, but the plant will be quite successful, and now there's the pre-fire. EXTO will be able to claim yet another round. We're going for the full 12-round rotation, Smite.
EXTO are coming back. They're making Bizarre work for it, but Bizarre is still sitting here on match point. They still have the opportunity to skip overtime entirely, but they have to win the round here. EXTO Gaming have been doing a very similar operator lineup each time, but changing one or two things here and there, but a lot of the core of it does remain. That Lion is still a big part of it. Monty still pops his head up and down. You still have all the fragging power of Ash and Sophia, and of course you bring along the Heart Breach, so it's not changing. Like, the idea for EXTO is still here, so Bizarre have all the knowledge they need to take it out here. The Thatcher swap is not anything too different to what we've seen, so nothing is new here for Bizarre. It's all been done before. They've won against it before, so this should be enough for them to pick up the final win here. But I mean, EXTO have just been winning round after round so far, so I'm not really counting them out even a little bit.
Oh, not at all. And only one round difference, and EXTO able to make such a recovery after so many rounds that Bizarre were able to really run away with. This is going to be quite a phenomenon if EXTO will be able to make such a comeback, but nonetheless, that's still very much on the table. AVG, once again, a retry from Bizarre, as it seems that they were just so close to really be able to close that down, but the fact that Shoots was able to sneak in right onto that side, get that double kill, was just the right thing that EXTO were really needing to make that big change in the round. And so here, Bizarre might be looking at trying to shut that down either fairly early or keep the site locked down even harder.
Yeah, well, here we go again. It is just a very similar plan, kind of how I mentioned it before. Mitchie getting maybe a little bit of free information there with those bullets that came out, but luckily his drone not going to be spotted out by anything at all. But as we can see, you got 4 members of Bizarre stacking up here over on the site. So member number 5 going to be hanging around somewhere off-site, looking for a bit of roaming. Probably going to be BB, I believe it is. And yeah, Bizarre certainly have to be watching out for him. He could shut it down entirely. I think it's, going to be the big problem for them if they get caught out by it. But hang on, the action's already started. President's lost a whole lot of health already.
I'm not too sure where that peak really came from, or where did he really lose that health. But for now, EXTO are doing quite a good job at the very least, denying any aggression or really any play from Bizarre. There were a couple pings coming out from E1D, but they won't be really getting any fragging info for EXTO, as Jordy is just on a prowl downstairs. I believe there was a roaming BB somewhere around there as well at the bottom floor, but he's nowhere to be seen, at least just yet. 4-man hold up on the site. BB is making a rotation back to the site through the through the statuary. And yeah, so for now it's just the calm before the storm, you could say.
Yeah, so it looks like they will just move in to hold for the 5-man hold instead. No real roaming coming out. The second E1D has been popped, so there's one more to go. 1 minute. The final setup now. Even some last-minute defenses for the defenders. Bizarre dropping the last anything they can, any kind of utility to hold the site here. Zexto about to go in. BB, he's found Jordy. The flashes are now hit. Mitchie and Edpan getting caught on each other a little bit there, but the last E1D is out. This is where the peaks need to happen, but Bizarre are still stone. Not going to let that one go off. BB, oh man, falling down is going to be pretty rough for this one here. They really needed all 5 members, make that 3 as president, and BB now fall as well. Just to confirm that all the 3-man push has got to work. But this one is going to be a pretty hard push to make happen. But Twent through the wall, Twent through the door, doesn't find it. And now they're all starting to fall. Edpan just getting the knife in the middle of all of that. But now it's just AFX. He wants to find this winning round. He doesn't want to go to overtime. He gets 1 kill. He needs a few more. Throws out the smoke. This is the last thing he needs right now. Trying to deny the plant. Look at the health bars. Look at it right now. The diffuser does get planted though. He needs just like the spray. Just a stray random bullet could take out either of them right now. AFX just needs to just shoot in that general direction. And he should be able to find something. Finds 1. This is just 1 more he needs right now. No, he gets caught vaulting the couch. Cthulhu, let's go to overtime to sort this one out.
Sure are. As overtime, Exto, they don't want to lose that streak, even if it means going into overtime. They're ready for it. They go in full swing. Yeah, that knife by Edpan halfway through all that chaos was definitely quite something to witness as well. And oh man, oh boy, this is just heating up. And it's only the first map. Imagine what could be happening on the second map, because it's also going to be Oregon. So yet another one that is going to be quite a, not so unknown, but it's definitely going to be quite a unpredictable map as well to be played out.
Yeah, but I mean, I just want to say that this is definitely the match that is probably showing up to be the most on paper correct. We all call it to be a pretty close one, very likely to be, you know, if your overtime is probably going to be a draw in this series. And here we are, map number 1, already onto overtime, for a lot of back and forth. Exto really bringing it back here. It's going to be important for both teams to take the first win here, so the pressure is going to be high no matter what, but this is overtime. These players, these teams have been around for a while. They've been in these situations before. It's nothing terribly stressful, but this will have a pretty large impact on who sits at the top of the table.
Yeah, this overtime could be quite a huge one here for either one of the teams if they do manage to swing it in their favor. The first, pretty much at this point, each and every death, each and every round will be counting here. But action phase to kickstart things off here. Bizarre need to make sure that their time here, their frags here are going to be mattering the most. A very interesting, very nice setup as well for AFX to hold the walk-in closet rather from playing from the inside the walk-in closet. He'll be playing just outside of it, so gonna have a little bit more of the space to really play around. And President to keep on playing on Frost for the trophy statuary defense. It's not a bad idea, but I definitely would have to say that that SMG didn't really work out for him before.
Yeah, just you wait though, Cthulhu. One of these members of EXO is going to walk into a frost mat and just give them the numbers advantage. That's the real play, right? For Bizarre in overtime. Just get that random frost mat kill and just take that numbers advantage. But yeah, I mean, the Frost pick is certainly interesting. I'm keen to see, maybe even find out what the thought process was for picking it, but maybe we'll get to that in the end of the interview. But this is already a bit of a slow one, but as I say that, Shoots has found BB, and that's a great little move for the attacking team here for Exto. They really want to snag this one in overtime.
Yeah, Exto seeming to have been able to really revitalize themselves quite nicely there, being able to run away with quite some momentum. Oh, Jordy. Oh, him and Twent are so close to connecting some of the shots on each other, but oh, the breach charge is actually going to be doing quite a fair bit of damage, and Well, Twent in return will be able to only deal, I believe, a single tick of damage from the MP7. Sorry, MP5. But oh, this is just looking like just the round that Bizarre would have won. A trade out by AFX onto Jordan. Whilst BB is down, the remainder of Bizarre is still able to really bring the fire here.
Yeah, look, Cthulhu, would you have it any other way to be this close here in overtime right now? Twent is going to be just holding the line here, just holding down the angle. He's probably giving it away. He saw a muzzle, though, so he should have a pretty good idea, but he's being detected. He actually moved a little bit during that, so they've got a real good idea of where he is. Oh, Sawyer, though. Sawyer doesn't need an E1D. Ghoul and AFX now out here. Somehow Twent's still alive throughout all of that, but I'd be surprised if when the light clears, he's still alive there. Next to E1D comes out. I don't know, President, you're going to bait some people into some frost mats, because that's really going to be the best way to win here. He's going to have to get some godlike peaks, some amazing fights here, but look at how far away he's going to take the fights to. Does get it down the hallway onto Mitchie. That's a good start for sure, but what else can he find here? That Defuser, obviously in a pretty rough spot to go for the retake. Doesn't hit any of these shots, but neither do they. He's still alive, but too many angles to hold right now, and they knew where he was. Exo, first round of overtime.
First round indeed. A 4-round streak of their own as well to match Bizarre's one early on into the map. And an overtime match point. So if Exo do manage to make this round their winning one, this is going to be their map now to be taken without them breaking yet their flawless streak here. Living Room and Library is going to be potentially the final round for the defense, as Bizarre are now going to be going on to the offense.
Oh, they teased the Monty as well to maybe make us think that they're going to do something similar on attack. I thought, oh, maybe this is the round where we don't get anything weird. Looks like it is on attack here. Nothing really too out of the ordinary for Bizarre Gaming, unlike the things that Exto brought, which worked. Some pretty amazing rounds. What are they at? Like 6 rounds in a row, or like 5 rounds in a row? It's been a lot since Exto started winning a lot. So to come in here with a normal attack against them on defense, I'm keen to see how they work it out, but their defense isn't very weird at all. You look at it, it's got all very standard things here. Some really good anchors, very powerful picks. The Legion's probably the one that stands out, but even that's a good pick. So yeah, Exo are a lot more normal, and I'd say a lot more consistent here now that they're on defense.
Deploying ADS!
Yeah, consistency for Exo is certainly a big thing. They had a bit of a shaky start throughout the first half, but seeing as they were able to make a return here close to the end of the map, it certainly looks like the endurance game is going to be going into their favor potentially, as we will be seeing the end of the first map and maybe further down the line in map number 2. For now, it's Exto to kick things off once again. Jordy on that run out will be shutting down Twent out of all of the players, and that is Thatcher is such a huge impact as well. He's definitely hurting the offense quite substantially here.
Yeah, Bizarre are really going to feel losing those EMPs. They're just so useful, especially so early on. Now there's just going to be so many traps, so many things in the way that they've got to deal with and try and get past, right? I mean, all the ADS alone are going to be really annoying, but there's the Maestro cameras. The smoke gas grenades are going to be a little annoying later on. Pretty hard to catch with the EMPs, but still, though, now they don't have all that, and now that's on top of being 4v5 here on your attack on the round with Exto dangerously close to winning here. This is all starting to fall apart here for Bizarre.
Yeah, Bizarre definitely looking a little bit cornered there. Can't seem to be able to really find any closure, any big openings for themselves, and well, it's certainly looking quite grim for themselves. Still, it's only one man down, but the timer is slowly ticking down. Already half a round completely gone without any kind of big advancement. Only now Bizarre is starting to get the drones going in, getting some information, and starting getting closer to the site. And well, there's the Ash Charge about to get prepped here, but BB is going to be on a solo mission here without Presidents and Ghoul's support here, but at the very least, they should be able to assist with just covering one of the corners. So it's still going to be a 1v1 gunfight should Shoots go in for the swing.
They droned him out though, so they do know that he's there, and Shoots knows it too. So he's being cautious. I mean to say that, but he's hanging out by the door. There's the Ash charge. Do we find the pre-fire? Do we find the kill? No, but we do find it on other members of this game, right? Apex and Sawyer all dropping. Everyone actually dropping right now, but Ghoul with a good position up above. And Geordie and Mitchie, the only defenders, are left right now, just holding the line. 30 seconds is all they need right now to hold just a little bit longer.
Oh boy, yeah, BB will be able to find the shot. It's a quad kill for Geordie as well here, but Bizarre still able to keep things going. We got full regulation of the rounds here. Smite, first time I believe in LPL Pro where we're going to be seeing all 15 rounds to be played out. And in such a fashion, it is down to 1v1 situation on so many occasions that it is just absolutely mind-blowing how things can get any more closer here.
Yeah, it took us 4 weeks to get our first overtime to go the whole distance, whereas I think last season it was literally the first matchup where we got like all 15 rounds. So, you know, it's cool to finally get back into that, finally find a matchup that so certainly brings the pain, the heat for both of these sides right now. But final swaps here coming in for these lineups here. This is going to be their last shot. We've got Bizarre swapping back over onto defense, so hopefully we get some weird things out from EXO. Lions coming back out to the party, but it's Bizarre's turn to pull out something weird here. Oryx is coming to the party.
Oh yeah, Oryx is going to be a really interesting pick here. A fair few ways to really make some rotations, to go for some of the rotations, being able to maybe initially hang around at the bottom floor and then jump through a few of the hatches to get himself on the top floor. This, yeah, great way, great set of ways of really just to navigate for Twed. So curious how he will be able to utilize that operator for all the intents and purposes. But yeah, I mean, oh man, 7-7. Such a close line, and it's a battle for the first map, not even the confirmation of the 2-0. It is rather the battle for who can get the point, at the very least, here on the first map, as we are going to be seeing a bit of a roam. Instead of Twent, it's going to be Ghoul coming around, and he will be hanging by the library room, whereas, interestingly enough, Bizarre are going to be playing a little bit more cautious, a little bit more careful in their positions, but still curious how will Twent really play it out here. Now the E1D do end up coming through. First one to scan. Nothing really will be revealed as Bizarre are still holding pretty steadfast. Geordie really able to find that first kill onto roaming Ghoul. Quite an unfortunate demise here for the Doc player, but a very solid start here for EXO as their comeback is just swinging in full effect. Bizarre now down to the remaining 4 anchor players, and well, it's certainly looking like we just might be seeing the final push come through. The quick drone by Edpan will be showcasing that there is that Rook player, and he will be forced to come back to the side. Will be spotted out by the E1D, but at the very least, he's able to return right back to his position. And Twent is the one to try to hold the memorial room out here with a few pixel angles right into the red stairs, but I don't think he will be spotting anyone yet at the very least. Geordie is still out there trying to make some of the rather more bigger plays and bigger pushes, and yeah, things are so far now starting to get opened up here by EXO Gaming, and there it is. There's another frag. Geordie finding another one. He's been such a fundamental player for EXO to find all of those peaks, all of those shots, and pushing it, all of those gunfights into 1v1s, 1v2s in favor of his teammates. So here right now, he will be the key component to the roster as well to try to make that final push onto this map. But don't count Bizarre just out. Yeah, Twent on that flank with Oryx was able to really climb back on up. Should able to find the frag, goes in for the peek, will be finding the shot onto Michi, but meanwhile, there's already some more chaos being sowed on the ground floor. That is a 2v4 situation, and now all down to AFX and Twent to try to shatter the dream of EXO against the 4 full stack. AFX getting tagged up here. Things are all ramping up. Seeing another one coming through. Laundry as some more peaks are coming through. It's just all the damage being dealt. AFX on barely on the death's door, and well, there it is. EXO are able to find their win here on Dining at a 7-8 scoreline.
What an impressive
What a play.
win there. Very tenacious to pull it out there at the end. It's the first time we've seen it go all the way here. Yeah, congratulations there coming out to EXO. However, for Bizarre, I mean, they're just going to sneak in here trying to hope to get that draw, but that has got to sting because they needed that to overtake them in the leaderboard.
Yeah. For Bizarre, this is a bit of a disheartening loss there, but they still get one more chance to really maybe introduce a draw here between themselves and EXO Gaming. But we'll get to see that and Oregon and more in just a few moments as we are going to be coming around to a little bit of a break.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One more map to go for the remainder of the series. We've just seen EXO Gaming take out Villa up against Bizarre Gaming, and that was a pretty close one. It went the distance, it went all possible rounds and overtime, but they managed to pick it up here in the end. So already they've got that one map win, so at least a draw in the bag here. Pretty gutting for Bizarre, but they've got a chance to come back here on map 2, Cthulhu.
Sure is. This time it is going to be the EXO's pick, as Oregon has been, I don't think, played a whole lot between the two teams, and well, this is definitely looking quite pretty here for EXO, like you said, managing to get a bit of a resurgence there for themselves for their pacing, and yeah, this is looking quite nice for them to line up into that 2-0 winning.
Yeah, honestly, dude, we called this as a very important match. It's for EXO's importance. They wanted to come in here and just secure that they're at the top of the leaderboard. They're number one. It's not because they were playing against easier teams earlier on in the league. Now is their first real test, and it was close for sure. They definitely had to work a little harder for it, but to come in here, already one map down, that's all that matters in the end. They come in here and they just want to clean it up, get the 2-0, and really make themselves basically invincible on the leaderboard. For Bizarre, though, it's like they're putting a leash on EXO if they win this game. It's making them not go too far ahead with 3 points, making them walk away with only 1, and giving themselves 1 point to just kind of stay even a little bit. But yeah, EXO already on their path to solidifying a spot at the top.
Yeah, if EXO managed to really get the win on this very map and shut it down pretty quickly, this is going to be a full-on statement here that they are here to stay on the first place, and they are here to make the big upsets here and wait for the bigger fish to even come around and try to challenge them. But for now, map number 2, round 1 to be starting over, and it is going to be laundry room defense to kick things off. We already saw one Oregon matchup to be played out, and that was between SHADOWNET and SKYFIRE, which did go somewhat close, but SKYFIRE were able to really make the play there. So here, maybe we might be seeing another shutdown, or maybe we're going to be seeing all 15 rounds yet again between these two teams, as so far both of the rosters proven that they are here to play and play hard.
Now, not to get you or anyone's hopes down, but quite often after we've seen something like a full round overtime, the next round ends up being a lot quicker for some reason, and sometimes it's the other team just snapping back and just getting vengeance for the loss, and other times it's just the other team crumbling, right? In this case, it could be Bizarre crumbling after losing such a close match, so it's going to be pretty rough for them. Of course, there's a great chance that this does just go fully all the way to overtime as well, but we're not putting it out of our minds that these sort of things do happen, and it can certainly affect teams. I think Bizarre will probably be feeling it more than a lot of teams right now after a loss, after losing that first map. It's really just relegating them to not dropping further down the leaderboard. Remember, they've had to see a lot of other teams in their position in the leaderboard snag their 2-0s during this week, so they get to zoom up the leaderboard too. Bizarre just hoping for that 1 point.
Yeah, for Bizarre, they're just going to be hunting for just points here and to try to slow down Exto's advancement into another 3 points. Because if Exto at the end of the day will end up making those 3 points, they're going to give themselves another immunity. Because then for FEROX, who I believe are in the second place right now, they will need another 2-0 to even out the scoreline with Exto, and that is going to be quite a tough one as well for FEROX. So yeah, a fair few ifs here and there, but bottom line is Bizarre want that 1 point for the draw, and they want to slow down Exto's bleed, and Twins' first blood onto shoots is going to be the beginning of that.
All right, well, Ghoul choosing not to shoot that drone here, letting it go past, but it did spot him, so he has to back away as well. But yeah, we did also see during all of that shoots went down on that Thatcher. So again, really annoying to lose Thatcher super early on. Oregon, a map where you arguably need the Thatcher a little bit more for a lot of these breaches. So super painful to lose that one on nice and early. At least there's no Kayet or Bandit or anything that you got to worry about. But yeah, I mean, losing someone in general just kind of sucks at the start.
Yeah, the early losses is certainly something that you wouldn't really want to see happen, especially onto a Thatcher, especially on the laundry defense when those Thatcher grenades are going to be so useful. But here for now, there's going to be quite some pressure to be applied at the freezer hallway. A fair few, well, sorry, I thought I saw multiple flashbangs, but that one should be able to blind the FX just enough to make him fall back off his ballistic shield. And well, that is going to be quite a prompt fallback for him. Thankfully, though, Precedent is there to assist, but so many angles just being opened up there for Exto that they're just able to apply multiple angles of pressure.
But Exto are forcing out some of the gas grenades a little early, so they'll be able to handle the final 30 seconds a little bit easier, unless Mitchie finds this kill right here. He's got his sights trained, but there's a lot of people to worry about right now, but he knows exactly where he is, has to back off though. Finds the kill, so feeling pretty happy about that, very stoked, but oh no, Exto, here comes the storm as they continue to get kill after kill. Only one person remains, it's just BB. He's been in this situation before. He might get one kill, he might get two. He might feel pretty good about himself doing it as well, but at the end of the day, Exto will just put him down and snag that round.
That was a very nice recovery by Exto, being able to really swing the momentum into their favor, being able to open up the hatch into the laundry, the freezer hallway wall, and just start applying pressure from multiple angles to try to push Bizarre into that kind of the uncomfortable ground. And so this is where they want to find themselves, exactly there. So for Bizarre, they need to make that recovery because I mean, I know it will be quite a demoralizing loss, and we've seen before, like you mentioned, some shutdowns on map number 2. I mean, for what it's worth, we saw, I believe, a 7-0 on one of the matchups where first map was extremely close, and then we saw, I believe that was a
Attackers need to locate and defuse
either a SKYFIRE or yeah, I think it was SKYFIRE versus Bizarre, where we saw kind of the first map getting really close. And
it was a 7-1 in the second map, I think.
No, it was a 7-0. I just found that record. First map was Coastline, where it was a 7-3 for Bizarre. And then the second map, that was Ville, it was SKYFIRE 7-0. Full
well,
on
it kind of just goes to show, like, how often these situations happen. Because, you know, if I can remember another one where there was a 7-1, and that one definitely did happen. I'm not just getting the numbers wrong. It's another situation, but yeah, it happens quite often for a lot of these teams. So I guess we got to give it a few more rounds to see if it's going to happen here as well. See if Exto is just going to start rolling away from it. But Bizarre made round 1 look a little closer than perhaps it should have been. They had a pretty good opening kill on the shoots though, so now we get to see can Exto win even harder if they keep shoots alive throughout the round? If they move into the final push with all 5 members, they have the EMP grenades the whole time. It could look very different here in round 2.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about that before, and I was mentioning that a fair few times. The first round jitters could always be there. A retry, though, of Laundry is going to be coming out from defense of Bazaars. They definitely thinking that maybe that was a little bit of a whiff on their end when they failed to defend that. But for now, there's a few changes around the place with Twent playing on Vigil, trying to get that roam, but it seems that the drone game from Exto is just way too powerful, seeming to force him off that position. And well, another set of breaches will be coming around, and that is the hatch into the freezer hallway will be completely gone.
Yeah, Twent has been waiting pretty patiently for this for a long time, but as we can see, Edpan he's tracking him the whole time, making sure he can't get anything done. Mitchie as well has got President locked down too, so it's quite awkward for a lot of these Bazaar members, but maybe not so much for Ghoul, though, as he finds Geordie, and now he gets the wonderful pleasure of moving forward and roaming to find the rest of Exto, finding anyone else caught out a little bit out of position, but looks like the intel has been passed on. Mitchie's still trying to get this fight with President, but now he's got backup. He's got Twent and BB as well to be careful about, but this main push now starting to go a little bit further forward. Mitchie ends up getting flashed, but he's already in relative safety. Ghoul is about to turn the corner here, but they were waiting for him. Edpan takes a shot to the face, but he's all right about it, and they're still just waiting to stop any other potential roams to continue down the stairs.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, Exto were quite clinical on reading on a few of the pushes, a fair few of the flanks as well, so this has been really well read there. A push and a bit of a hesitation by Edpan will be costing him his life, though, and now it's all of a sudden in favor of Bazaar, 4v2, as Mitchie is actually making quite some effort to push it into 2v3. Maybe it could find another one as those concussion grenades will be starting to come through. The Maestro will be trying to apply some pressure as well with the Older, but there's too many angles for Mitchie to contest, and he will be going down to the hands of BB at the end of the round. And Bazaar, to claim round number 2, definitely will be making quite a statement that Bazaar not out of this just yet.
Yeah, that one looked kind of good for Exto because they were shutting down so many of the roams, but I mean, at that point, it was the fact that Bazaar had already got some of the roams to sort of work, so I guess in a way it wasn't really shut down. It was only really looking that way near the end. And then, of course, we kind of saw how the final push went. It was a little too awkward to get in through the holes that were left for Bazaar, for Exto by Bazaar. And so because of that, pretty easy defense for Bazaar to hang back. Smoke still had all his gas grenades, so could easily rely on that. It's going to be another try at some of this roaming play coming out from Bazaar. Vigil's going to be sticking around. You can imagine BB's going to be roaming pretty hard on the Jaeger as well, so Exo probably have to still keep all of this in mind. But let's see if they can execute that blocking of the roams a little bit more on point this one in time to save their members.
Yeah, that would be quite preferable to really save some more members, but hey, kid's bedroom though, for now. It's going to be seeing itself to come around. Bazaar to really try to make an effort here to really push the scoreline once again into their favor. Last time they had a really nice advantage for themselves. They were able to really nail down some of the gunfights for themselves, but points-wise just seem to have allowed for some of the players to run away, as we're seeing yet another very nice band wave. Good night to all of those not so very nice gamers. But
some of those names in those lists are super weird. Like the last one I saw, last really big one had Lumpy Butts. Like you normally get the bot names, which is just like smashing the keyboard, but then those names pop up, but they really stand out.
Yeah, they really stand out. Well, I mean, a few people maybe making the accounts just for that sheer factor of just getting their name out onto the Battle Live feed, as there were some of the names popping up when the bandwaves were coming through during the early Pro League days, when they were directly aimed at some of the players or casters as well. So,
well, congrats, Lumpy Butts. You've made it onto a broadcast.
Yeah. Massive congrats. And as well, in front of almost 1,000 viewers.
Yeah, shout out to those 1,000 viewers as well. You guys are amazing. But we still have the rest of Oregon to go through, and we're just a minute deep here into round number 3, and it's been going back and forth. Twent, is he going to go for the run out? Nah, he's not. Too scared to go after Geordie, which is fair enough. Geordie's now on Jackal, an operator pretty much designed to shut people like Vigil down, just to really deal with that roaming. I really like what Exto are bringing to this round.
Yeah, Exto also being quite patient on their trigger discipline as well. They try not to reveal too many of their angles before needed, and spotting out a few of the rotations is certainly going to be assisting them against Bazaar. And Edpan, interestingly enough, will be actually on a flank watch. A little bit of an odd one to have on a flank watch, but at the same time, he will be able to apply some real amount of pressure right from down below, as well as that to try to counter Twent as well. BB to try to counter the push onto the attic, and well, as I was waffling about that, it's Twent to find the shot onto Edpan.
Yeah, the roam finally working out for Twent, working out pretty well. Just getting the kill pretty much for free at the moment. It's now just Exto.
Exto right now certainly looking like they just want to claim the points here. Even with the man disadvantage here, it's just looking quite sketchy for them. 17 seconds left to go. Exto are all falling apart. Ghoul will be picking up a double here for himself. Already one more down as well. AFX to be down. Geordie trying to make a return here, but it's all done and dusted. Bazaar to find themselves around 3 and a second point within map number 2. And certainly the defense for themselves is working quite well, but curious how they will be able to perform here on the offense once the switch comes around. But for round number 4, it is going to be Meeting that will be making a return here for the first defense between these two teams, and a slight change up in the lineup for both of the teams. This time Geordie to bring in a Nomad, whereas on the side of Bazaar we are seeing, I believe, a Goyo change, as well as that a return of Mozzie and a Mute combo. And well, just as the 6th pick phase does finalize, we're actually going to be seeing a Jaeger. So we get a full set, the full pain set, you could say, utility-wise. Mute Mozzie and a Jaeger Wamai combo with the Goyo on the side. And just to add that salt to the wound for all of the information denial, all the projectile denial, it's all going to be there. But curious if BB mainly will be able to stay alive for long enough to utilize all 7 of his magnets.
And yeah, so with a pretty good lead here for Bazaar, they should be feeling confident, but Cthulhu, I'm feeling like we're not getting the kind of trend where the first close match happens and then it's stomp on the next map. It's feeling like we're going back and forth here. It feels like Exto and Bazaar, they're still giving it to each other here, even on map number 2. So, if the script goes right, then it's Exto's turn to win. So you take a look and see what they've got. It's, again, a very similar lineup, nothing too crazy out of there. All their hatching prowess is going to be on that Hibana, so certainly want to keep Sawyer alive.
Yeah, for Sawyer, he will definitely need to stay alive. He's the only one to do the hard breaching here out of the whole of the Exto roster. And even though he's got the good weapon, he's pretty good at fragging. He definitely will need to stay careful and maybe try not to get overzealous on some of the pushes. But thankfully for him, he still has the 2 more players with him to try to go in for the push. And BB is actually going to be the first person to try to contest the angles and try to stop the onslaught. That is the Exto Legion so far.
A bomb has been located.
Yeah, so they've got some pretty decent sightlines down to where they're coming in from, but Exto are going to be able to drone it all out. Everything on the site should be given to them. They should be able to find out what's going on. They've got the drone to move in, I believe about now, but a lot of the mute jammers, making it very difficult to actually get inside. Ghoul is on a very long little roam here. If you can move around to find Mitchie, that would be fantastic. Here we go. Down the stairs comes Twent as well. So much roaming going on, but they were just ready for it. Shoots was there, just waiting for him. And now it looks like EXO are setting themselves up for a good push. Sawyer, though, he finds President as well. No more Goyo left on the table. Mitchie falls to follow it up, and now Ghoul on his low health bar, trying to make the clutch happen again. BB as well is the man to watch. Goes eyes trained on the doorways in. Are we going to see them drop it down into the clutches of Ghoul? He immediately points his aimer right up. He gets one of them actually right through the roof, but they time it to trade it out evenly. One down, two down. No, it's not going to be enough. BB will not find all of them. And, oh no, doesn't find the round either.
Doesn't find it all. Exto do manage to equalize the round count for themselves, as this is finally now making the return, the draw once again, as I do believe we might be seeing more of that very soon as well. For now, though, for round number 5, it's Laundry that will be brought out on board here for Bizarre's attempt at defense. As Laundry, after the second attempt, Bizarre were able to finally nail down their defense here, so maybe they should, maybe they will be able to really bring the heat once again, or maybe Exto would be able to finally nail down their patterns, their pacing, and should be able to find those weak points.
Not a lot of heavy anchors here for Bizarre. It's not like they've got Doc or Rook or anything. You're going to have people running all over the place. Vigil, Wumai, Mozzie, they all love the roam, and even Smoke and Mute can if they want to. They have the guns for it, so expect to see Bizarre to look just as mobile as they have been so far throughout the matches. But EXO have just been so on top of the roaming. I wonder if the answer to it is what Bizarre are looking at right now, which seems to be turn the roaming up. Just do more roaming until they can't handle it. And so I wonder if that's how they're going to be looking at it, or if maybe we're not going to see as many roamers as could be. Like maybe we see Ghoul sticking on the point or something. It looks like it's probably going to be...
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
Yeah, I mean, still just quite a lot of roaming. I think they're not all going to be sticking on the point.
Yeah. I mean, Bizarre's attempt at some of the roam could be quite powerful if they're able to isolate some of the gunfights. But with the fact how strong Exto's drone game is, I don't think the roam will be that successful. I do think that we might be seeing some rather more of the trade outs with some of the roamers, but nothing too huge, or at least on a consistent basis.
All right, just going for the redrone, and does confirm pretty much everything he needs to know. So Jordy could be in a bit of trouble if they do decide to go on inside there, but he's got all the air jams needed to stop any roams coming out, anyone trying to mess with him around on these stairs. He's got plenty of information at the moment, but still quite a few members of EXO still just sitting outside or very close to coming inside. It's just a minute over into the round now, so they really want to start working on training some of this utility, maybe trying to find an entry frag right now. Jordy now, he sees the ping right now, just a little bit more. He definitely saw that through the pixel. And wow, just dancing with death right now, both of them.
Oh, BB, yeah, was pretty much just toying with the idea of going for a QE peak there, but wasn't really able to connect anything. Still was able to fall back fairly promptly to a much more safer position, as the breach will be attempted to be done there, but really no avail to come through yet.
But yeah, BB's got to book it out of there as that breach was starting to happen. Does not want to be near that murder hole. And so Twent is popping out his passive, looking to see if he can sneak up on anyone, bypass any drones. AFX, though, is going to bypass, well, any kind of rules and just take Jordy out immediately. Now only 3 left on the attack here. This is pretty rough here for the attackers. They still have Abana. They still have Sawyer, so you know, he's already done all the breaching he needs to. It's really now just holding down the lines, but eventually it does have to be Exto to go in. All of Bizarre are just going to be waiting for you guys. They're not going to push out onto you. The flashes are starting to come, so maybe they will. The plant is actually happening. The Mitchie cancels it. It draws out the defenders, actually. Although you can only play that trick once, so they get one defender for it, one member of Exto. The smokes are now starting to come out. They have to move into these really annoying little positions here. Mitchie and Shoots in a bit of trouble. 15 seconds left. They've got to start finding time for this plant. It's starting to go down now, and Bizarre, I imagine they're going to hear the call to come on out and try and contest this. 5 seconds to go, and now it's Mitchie. He's got to find 3 frags in a few seconds. It's not going to happen. President securing that one by taking out his teammate, and it's Bizarre to take out the next round.
Yeah, Bizarre managing to finally make the play, albeit that it was off the drainage of the time. Still really managing to make it work. 2-3 scoreline. Certainly looking like we might be seeing a draw to come out once again for the end of the first half. And this is, if this is not an indicator that this is going to be yet another close map, I don't know what else will be, because so far it's a back and forth trade here between the two teams. Yes, Bizarre were able to net themselves the 2-point streak going further down the line for themselves, but that is only just to get themselves up ahead in those trades of the round. So here it's, oh man, this could go either way in a matter of just a few short moments.
Yeah, I mean, things might change up when we swap sides. Maybe one team just has a stronger attack or defense, and maybe that changes how that half looks. But we do get one more round of this half, and just to see how close it's really going to be. To edge out the win here for Bizarre, picking up this round would mean quite a lot. Obviously, leaving it with a 4-2 would be amazing, but Exto, you know, they've been reading the script, they've been writing the script at this point, and should be looking to even it up again. But I mean, you look at the lineups, you look at the operators, hardly anything's changed at the moment. I mean, Bandit's coming in a little bit instead of Mute, so you know, it's still mostly the same thing, but now the breaches might be a little bit harder. But I mean, Exo have been bringing Thatcher pretty much every round, so even the breaches are not going to be too hard.
Breaches shouldn't be as much of an issue. Rather, the choice of BB to bring in a Bandit is rather just to ensure that those Thatcher grenades are going to be used for exactly that, to assist the breaching, rather than getting rid of any of the ADSs or cameras or pests on board of the team, defensive team's lineup of the utility. But apart from that, yeah, it's there's also a very nice gun there to kind of add up to all of the set of bonuses and a C4. So what more would you want here out of this?
Oh, and, you know what more you'd want? You'd want 3 speed as well for a little bit of roaming.
Yeah. As well as that. Oh, so, that damage by the skeleton key. Oh no, sorry to interrupt you there, but that was a little bit risky there for both Edpan and BB.
Yeah, no, I mean, no worries at all. I mean, just when you're going ham with the skeleton key, it's always an exciting little moment, because to be honest, that thing takes a little while to kill people, longer than it should, to be honest, for a big shotgun. But Geordie is waiting around the corner, but I think Twent smells what's going on here. But Geordie should have this, his cursor pretty much on the head almost exactly, and so he'll pick up that one, that freebie, and just link up with the rest of his team.
Sure will. Meanwhile, Sawyer is able to wreak some havoc more. There's someone Ghoul. That is another C4 off board. Twent gone as well. President and AFX are the only 2 out of 3 that are full health, and BB will need to do quite some work there to try to stop the onslaught of Exto so far. More drones. Just look at how many drones all the time there are coming out from Exto. They always in full knowledge as to where each and one of the defenders are. Attempt to plant could have been there, but no, I think it's just a pass off of Defuser from one player to another, as Sawyer has taken quite a fair bit of punishment. Jordy on the flank as well, finding the shot onto AFX. All down to BB and President, and they both pretty much cornered in their own respectable position. C4 to be flying out. That will be claiming Mitchie's life. 4v2 at the very least. That won't be a flawless round. And, well, the timer just keeps on ticking out. Another attempt will be going in for the plant, and this time it will be stuck through quite successfully. President to go down, all down to BB with barely any health, and he will be making a rotation through the hatch into the kitchen, maybe trying to find a flank through the small tower, and even that is not going to be coming on the board. It's going to be the attempt at pushing the white stairs, and I believe that one is actually being locked down by Jordy.
Yeah, you can see the silhouette just staring at it right now. So into the bathrooms. I mean, where else are you going to have a big think but the shower to work out how you're going to get this last push done? 17 seconds. It's not the longest shower in the world, so not a whole lot of time to think. But yeah, he's definitely just talking with his team, getting the strategy for the next round done, because I think even BB knows right now how hopeless it's looking. 5 seconds to go. That's just about a frag a second at this point. And so there it is. The time does run out. Exto, just as the script demanded, tie it up here to end the half 3-3.
Indeed, 3-3 once again. Yet another draw that we kept on talking about. Fantastic job on the side of Exto to be able to make it work for themselves and being able to completely deny any kind of advantage for Bizarre's defense. Now it's up to Bizarre to really bring in the heat, set up the pace whilst they're going to be on the attack, because otherwise Exto are going to be running away with a pretty nice lead for themselves.
Yeah, and as we jump into the second half and we start talking about Exto Gaming's defense, I also want to shout out the New Zealand Defense Force, because they're also recruiting you guys and they're a big supporter of this whole competition. So definitely go give them a look online to see if you are the right fit. But second half here, Cthulhu, it's Exto Gaming versus Bizarre. Could not be closer. They've literally gone round for round at this point. It's looking like we could be going to overtime, but I did say the one way we could see it being different, the one way it might not just go all the way to overtime, is if one of these teams is just vastly better on attack or defense, and now that's changed. So I guess we wait 1 or 2 rounds to find out.
Yeah, the second half will definitely be the big showcase as to which team is better on which side. So far, I mean, defense is generally considered to be a much more favorable side, but here in this very matchup and in numerous others, we saw offense to really come through as being the rather more dominant, or at the very least from rather more dominant teams as well. So maybe here we'll be seeing a complete stomp by Exto on their defense and lockdown of each and every side that they're going to be attempting to hold. But Bizarre are also not the bottom end team. They're one of the teams that are even contesting right now in the top 3 spot, really. And their game here is the one that is going to be pretty much an attempt to really stay in that top 3 spot.
Yeah, and that might all come into account a little further on as the rounds continue and we get closer and closer to that overtime and that match point. But for now, it's at least just an even half right now. You're just looking at having a good half for the teams to look at right now. So to start off this first good half, we've got Bizarre now looking to finally make the breach into the hatch, and now they have their opening. Now they have their way in, but it looks like a few of them are going to split off over into the tunnel. In fact, actually 3 members of Bizarre right now. So I think you've got 2 people on the hatch, 3 now down in the tunnel. And so they still have more than half the round here. They have quite a lot to work with.
Yeah, quite a fair bit of utility to be worked on, and the time is definitely not, could be not in the favor as well. The first EMP grenade will be coming through, the mute jammer is going to be gone, and while Shoots will be forced off his very comfy position as he will be forced to go for a couple of pre-fire and then fall back to the laundry. No injury whatsoever, no damage being dealt, as even more frag grenades are starting to fly in, and now this is where the big clash is now going to start happening.
Yeah, and some early smokes coming out too, so Exto won't have all the clock to work with at the moment. I think they've still got 2 left, so they can burn about 20 seconds to go. Bizarre is still moving around quite a little bit. They're repositioning for the final push, so if they're a little slow on this, Exto can punish them with the remaining gas grenades to buy a whole lot of time. There's not many openings onto the site right now. There's 2, the 3 if you include the hatch here, for them to all go through, and that's not very many if you're the attacking team. So Bizarre gonna have to try and make it work. They have to find these peaks here onto the site. The flashbangs are coming out too. It's all about to get very, very chaotic. Sawyer has shut down AFX. Jordy also knocked down by the air jab too, but it seems like EXO are none the warier right now as they are just shutting down the attacks. But first blood comes down onto them as BB has shut them down. But the plant has also happened, by the way, Cthulhu. The plant went down during all of this, so the retake's now coming out, and EXO are already getting a few of the kills needed to get that retake. No one's on the site really at all, although, now hang on. They're looking for the defuse here. Twent just trying to punish that. He's dropping down to do it as well. BB, meanwhile, is taking down Jordy. This has got to be the final push by Bizarre. Only 10 seconds to keep it secured. BB's on a triple kill, but he's finally shut down the 1v1. 5 seconds. Edpan with the shotgun will get shot down instead, and Bizarre pick up the next round of this half.
Oh my. Even that got fairly close, but big props here to Bizarre to be able to make a pretty large return there after losing so many players to Sawyer, to the remainder of the extra roster. It's certainly quite a performance here by Bizarre as they yet again making a statement that they're still very comfy on doing their defense, on playing it out and just making things work for themselves potentially, whereas EXO, they got pretty close, like you said. It was a 1v1 situation, but the time was definitely not in their favor, so didn't really work out for them at the end of that round.
Yeah, it wasn't really going to work out at all. So Bizarre now have the chance to break the script, win 2 rounds in a row here to show us that they're not going to go back and forth here again. The last attack looked pretty good. They don't have any hatch breach this time, no Hibana, so it's just going to be old mate Thermite. So look for them to go through the tunnels quite a little bit more here in this one. A lot of the entry frags as well. I mean, I say entry, but it's really EXO just shutting down Bizarre about 30 seconds before they really want to push. Just finding 1 or 2 kills here, that seemed to be the main thing catching up Bizarre. EXO, Bizarre finding those kills early on. So again, that's going to be something to kind of save them a little bit here. But again, they're all just really sitting on the site here. Jordy really the only one upstairs just to try and buy a little bit of time.
Yeah, Jordy did quite a fair bit of work there to try to buy some time, but maybe here after they kind of figured out a little bit the general pace of how Bizarre approaching those plays, maybe here he will be able to utilize the smoke grenades in full effect, but as it stands really yet, it's just, for now, it's just going to be another retry. Nothing too fatal yet for either one of the parties here, as only 1 round difference between the 2 teams. Bizarre definitely looking at nabbing this map for themselves, but so is EXO. As right now, it seems to be just back and forth, just trading blows.
Yeah, look, until a team wins 2 rounds in a row, this is not in their hands at all. So there we go. The breach now, the hatch now opened up, so can just drop down if we need to, but we're going to see Bizarre move down just yet. They're really wanting to get through these walls here. It's going to be one of the great points of contention. It really pins down the defenders once they're open. Multiple EMPs coming out as well to try and bait out the bandit tricking, and so they managed to get through it right now. They get the breach done. Bizarre have opened up all the doors. They've got all 5 members at the moment. They want to get this 1 more door open just for good measure here. Sawyer's going to be on duty for that one, though. It'll be pretty hard to get it by him. I think there's 1 EMP left, if that, and they probably want it for this. They probably want it for the push. Jordy shutting down the first entrant. It's Gulmao. He's not going to be allowed inside. So the rest of the flashes now coming in, starting to drain out ADS, and they now to make the push happen. The real flashes starting to come in, even the air jabs as well. And it even knocks Sawyer right onto his backside, but he scurries away through the little hole in the wall to safety and stays alive.
That is a very clever as well usage of the Nomad charges, because usually that's the job of Sophia to try to deny some of the attempt at usage of the Bandit batteries. Instead, it's just the Nomad charge, and did it pretty well, just enough to stun and force Bandit off the position. But there we go. So even with the man disadvantage, Bizarre was still able to get the breach going, get another avenue for them to go in for the push, and so many trades actually coming out between BB, AFX, and Shoots, as that definitely does push us back into the 3 versus 3 situation between the two.
Yeah, but it's now all down to guns right now. President, though, the one thing that's not a gun is the diffuser. He's planting it. It's going to go off, but at the cost of a few of his teammates. And now it's just Sawyer again. No air jab to knock him down on the ground this time, but he's got to make a 1v2 happen. Those bandit batteries not going to help. He goes for the run out and just finds Twint straight away. Now it's just President in his way. He's got so much time to work with here, 30 seconds to make it happen. Although, right now, President is just going to wait for it. He tries for the bait, or is it just going to be the full defuse? He's going for the full one, but it's called. President sees it happening, and finally, we get a team winning 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, Bizarre doing, they did have a 2-round streak before, right at the beginning of this map, where they did manage to take the win on the second attempt at Laundry and then Kids. So this is just yet another way to solidify Bizarre's lead here, now in a 2-point difference. And, well, Laundry seemingly not really able to work out. 2 times it was a 1v1 situation, and 2 times Exter just weren't able to find any closure there for themselves. So they will be promptly swapping over to the kids' bedroom. But this is looking yet again like a really close map for them to potentially lose out on their streak. And maybe Oregon will actually be, as a matter of fact, the map where they're going to lose the streak. Or maybe they will once again pull yet another comeback, and we'll be seeing us stay in awe once again at the in the post-round kind of talk. Sorry, post-match talk.
Yeah, it did have to happen eventually, or maybe not, I guess. But Exeter, eventually, we're going to face a team like this who are going to potentially bring them down in that streak. And Bizarre are oh so close to it right now. Again, it's another one of those situations where they can't let it get to their head. They can't let it let them get out of control. Just take each round as it is for now. They're pretty close, so just clean it out right now. And so for Bizarre to pick up a win here, it would mean a decent amount for the leaderboard. It would keep Exto nice and close. To let Exto slip away here would be all but donezo for the first place seed for anyone else. So Bizarre are really trying to shut this one down. And it also gives them a good shot at staying at the top here, because it gets one of the tougher teams out of the way. And if you can do that with a 1-1 result, then that's not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. Still very much workable here for both of the teams. More so for Bizarre than Exto. Bizarre only need 2 more rounds to really claim the win and push themselves just a point ahead on the ladder. Whereas for Exto, this could mean that they will really have to sweat it out for the next week, I believe. And yeah, well, just going to be waiting for the breach to come through. Main point of entrance is going to be the attic, and this is where Mitchie is actually holding his position with the older and could spray down quite a fair few of the players if they won't be too careful.
Yeah, I mean, not the same kind of hole that we were seeing coming out from like SHADOWNET and stuff, but that hallway very opened up. But this drone, basically Neo dodging. Okay, never mind. Neo doesn't get shot like that in the Matrix, but he was Neo for a second. He was the chosen drone for a second, but at the end of the day, just gets a little information out there for his team. Bizarre, they've got a little bit to work with. They've got some breaches done, but as you can see, they've kind of swapped over to the other side of the map. This has taken half the round time right now. Really, all they're kind of working off is a bit of intel here. If BB can find a kill off that intel, then it's great. He sees a soft-ass wall, and, well, hoping someone's around the other corner. Not quite as soft as we were hoping, but there's a big hole in the wall there. Also, BB's on Blackbeard, by the way, so gunfights are on the mind of Bizarre.
Yeah. Well, there's the Nomad charge going off as Shoots does actually manage at the end find that shot onto President, as was quite an unexpected ending of that gunfight. And even though Shoots did take quite some damage, he's still able to live for another gunfight. BB on a BB. but we'll be playing out, trying to peek in with the Blackbeard, trying to get maybe a frag. Finally, we'll be able to shut down shoots before any more harm will be done. And well, in a 4v4 situation, 26 seconds remaining, only just a little bit. Final try to go in for the push. Ghoul gets dropped down and tagged up quite substantially. There's another death coming around. BB, though, is still rampaging with the MK17. 2 versus 3 situation. Bizarre will be able to get AFX back up, and Twent will be able to stick the diffuser. One more kill as Jordy will be going down, and Bizarre, this time with BB on an ace. And round 9 is to be claimed once again by Bizarre. This is a match point here, and ace. Oh my goodness.
And I guess that's why you put BB on Blackbeard, right? He just pops off, gets an ace, gets all the kills you need. BB on BB, Twent says it perfectly, just like you did. Now, like you said, match point for Bizarre off such a strong round as well. It honestly was getting a little worried there as the time was getting real close to 0. They had something like 15 seconds left at the end, but I mean, hey, look, if they're keen to push it at the end there and make it work, then by all means go ahead, Bizarre. But sticking to the same thing, keeping BB on BB, that's the one that you want to go for. AFX has been on point on so many of these air jabs. Knocking them out of position for BB to clean up is just exactly what you're looking for.
Attackers need to locate and defend bombs if they can.
And for Bizarre, this is that ace is just the right way to kind of up the morale. I mean, look at this. They got so close, and usually, like we mentioned before, right at the beginning of Oregon, matter of fact, we would see them kind of completely fall down. And now it seems that the fire is still being kept rekindled from time to time, and Bizarre, just phenomenal work, gotta say. Already 3 rounds in a row once again. It's certainly looking quite nice for them here.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like I was saying. We were really going to see a difference if it was going to stop going back and forth once they swap sides. That seems to have happened here. Bizarre looking just immensely stronger on attack. Every single rush, every single round, is working out for them. They now have an operator composition, which is great. Doesn't really seem to be too contested or like too tight or anything. It's not like they're getting lucky picks at the start of the rounds. There's just consistency, I think, is the word that I'm looking for here, and Bizarre is showing it now that they're on attack.
Yeah, and even that debate somewhat of a debate that we had, talking about which team could be the better one on the offense as well, is also coming in play here. That Bizarre seeming to be very well prepared on Oregon here, being able to apply so much pressure in such a short amount of time is just absolutely amazing. Shoots. Oh, yes, there it is. Shoots even will be able to shut down the Sledge, who was being live drawn, and that was some great aggression, but BB unfortunately wasn't able to refrag there, and Bizarre will be once again getting back to 4 versus 4, even after the fact that they were able to shut down Jordy. So at the very least, it's an even amount of players on both sides.
Oh man, Shoots wanted that drone, but he knew what it would mean to chase it too hard. So he's just going to be a little cautious with it at the moment. But yeah, the trade, pretty awesome for both of these sides right now. Pretty rough to lose the dock. That's a lot of firepower on defense that you kind of wish you had. But whereas you look at Bizarre Gaming, they've lost some soft breach, and it's really the main one that they were bringing as well with the Sledge. So all that floor you wanted to rip up, not really going to happen anymore. So now they have to kind of work with it. So 4v4 kind of sucks for both sides to lose that player each, but now we come back to it. Remember, BB was the one-man army last game. Twenticles in the meanwhile, in the background, is going to pick up a kill onto Mitchie, but yeah, it's all about BB here. That big shield going to be super annoying. EMP is going to clear out any kind of problems at all. Just going to chuck it even further along in. And now it's starting to clean up here for Bizarre Gaming. Match point, only one man left. It's just Sawyer and Bizarre. Something turned on during attack. They clean it out here with several rounds in a row and even up the series.
Even up the series, and this is the upset that we were really waiting for, really waiting for that shutdown that we were thinking that could happen on Villa, but instead it came around during Oregon. A 7-3 scoreline. I mean, that is an amazing return here for Bizarre Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to feel really great after Villa went so close in overtime and they just dropped the ball at the end. This could have been a 2-0 for them, which is kind of heartbreaking a little bit for the guys, but they still will feel pretty good after that specific map here on Oregon, to say the least. Picking up the draw is fine. It keeps Exto close and beatable in the table for not just you now, but a few other teams just below them. So, yeah, Bizarre can be pretty stoked with that map there. Oregon looked great for them, especially once they moved on to attack. So, yeah, maybe a little bit of a bitter taste to not snag the 2-0. But, hey, I mean, you can't win them all, unfortunately, and there's always the weeks to come.
Yeah, and I mean, this isn't the worst case scenario as well for Exto, as they're still able to walk away with a point. So there's still going to be quite a challenge for the teams that are going to be trying to kind of upstage themselves. That is FEROX, for example. They will still need a 2-0 point. So here, there's still quite a fair bit of progress that was made by Exto here.
Yeah, and speaking of Exto, let's get some thoughts coming in from the man Sawyer. Sawyer, mate, are you there?
Hello, how are we?
Hey, mate. Yeah, no, we're pretty good. And, we'll get the tough questions out of the way first because you guys did just go down in Oregon. Pretty rough there, especially once it moved on to attack. So just talk us through what happened on attack. When you guys were on the defense.
Yeah, the bans probably played a big part. We used to a Thatcher, like a Thatcher, like Capital maybe ban. So when they banned Maverick and we let Thatcher in play, I'd say that's overall like our like downfall. Because obviously the map's new, we haven't had too much practice playing different ways, with different bans. So yeah, I'd just say the bans played the biggest factor, and we kind of just, just a lack of practice in the map with different like conditions and different bans, really. Yeah.
All right. Would you also say that possibly the fact that, first map went just absolute full send, all 15 rounds. Do you reckon that the exhaustion could have possibly played its kind of effect there for map number 2 for you guys?
Not really. Well, maybe to an extent, but I think it's we just played poor overall tonight. We made a lot of mistakes, all of us. I know I did especially, but yeah, a lot of us made mistakes, and I think just in the end they just got the better of us. They just shone through, and their skill shone through, their quality shone through. So yeah, I think in the end it's just a matter of making less mistakes in the future.
Cool. And now something a little more fun. So I'm going to interrupt you here, Cthulhu, because it's an important one. Your comp coming out on attack back over on Villa. You're throwing in things like Lion, Thinker, Monty. Like, talk us through that.
Yeah. Well, we've played Villa twice before, and both times we played the exact same type of siege, exact same operators, same pushes, all that. And we expected Bizarre to VOD that. We weren't sure if they were going to, but we expected them to. So we basically said, you know what, let's just try something different. There's no point trying to play a natural game, because if they have counter-shot us, we're absolutely stuffed. So, just tried to play a different game. We thought, Thinker, Monty, why not? Add a bit of line in, a bit of aggression. And yeah, that was really the main thing with that.
All right. Yeah. The last probably question from me is going to be just, at which point during Villa did you kind of realize that you guys are making that big comeback? Like, which round did you start feeling that kind of your mojo kind of returning? Because up until, like, say, round 9, it was looking like Bizarre were just about to take it all over Red Rover.
Mm-hmm. So we were down 6-3, and Geordie basically said, we're not losing this map. I don't know how we're going to lose this. It's not even funny if we do. So, we kind of just started to clutch up. And then I think when we were clutching a couple of rounds, that helped a lot, because that gives you a lot of momentum, gives you a lot of belief. And yeah, I think overall, I think when we were 6-3 down or 3-6 down, and then we won that round to clutching up, yeah, that was probably the big moment where we knew, yeah, we can be in this game. And as soon as we got to OT, we knew we won. So yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's just been a ton of clutches throughout, both sides tonight. So congratulations on that. Picking up the clutches, picking up the win earlier on Villa tonight. Condolences about the second map tonight, but hey, you guys are still at the top of the leaderboard.
That's what matters. It is what it is. I appreciate it, boys. Have a good one.
Take it easy.
It's a good one. So there we go. So really quickly, really, really interesting little thoughts coming out, especially from an interesting team composition. I really wanted to get my thoughts on what they were running on Villa. But with all that said and done, that is the last series done up as a draw. And I think we probably want to have a look at the leaderboard at some point because Cthulhu.
Yeah, the leaderboard is definitely looking going to be looking a whole lot closer. SHADOWNET versus SKYFIRE early on tonight was able to really finish up very quickly. SKYFIRE 2-0. But Exto versus Bizarre, oh man, did it go full speed, full 15 rounds on map number 1. And the second map wasn't as close as probably teams would have wanted it, but at the end of the day, Bizarre was still able to nab themselves at least 1 point for themselves, and that is just going to be pushing them just a little bit further on the leaderboard, which we are going to be taking a look just about now. Still, unfortunately for Bizarre, they are going to be on the on 6 points, meaning 4th place only. But between SKYFIRE and FEROX, they're now tied up on the points, and Exto are still going to be leading, but only by 2-point differential here. And just all looking like a pretty picture.
Yeah, and so next week coming up to change up that leaderboard a little bit, we're going to have Bizarre kicking things off against Bance. Bit of a David and Goliath match there for Bance, unfortunately, so they'll have to really prep for that one. And Sign will take on Blitz for the second match of that day.
Yeah, Bizarre versus Bance should be the time where Bizarre should be able to nab themselves another set of points. PC419 versus Blessed. Blessed showed us that they can bring in some of the heat occasionally, but PC419 are definitely going to be the big favors here in that matchup. So should be still interesting to see how will things work out for all of those teams, but for now, for us, I believe that is pretty much just about it, as yet another week packed with the action just comes to an end.
Yeah, there were quite a few 2-0s kind of collection business kind of deals going on, but this one saw that 1-1 result. That was the one we were waiting for. Really glad to get it. But guys, we're going to be back next week at the same time, same days, Tuesday, Wednesday, 8:30 time. So, 6 action all week.